And good evening all, welcome back to another Let's Play of Steins Gate, live and exclusive to YouTube. I am your host Swishbone for the remainder of the evening. For those of you who've been here before for the likes of Song of Memories, Danganronpa, Persona 3 FES and many more, thank you very much. A huge welcome back to all of you. Without you there is no stream. And for those of you who found this by chance, whether it's by the algorithm or you got some kind of recommendation, huge welcome to all of you as well. The chat box is open so you can all get in there and be able to get your comments in and we'll get things moving. But we're at Dogma in Event Horizon Chapter 5 and we're getting ready to keep motoring forward through this time travel mystery, to say the least. Hi from Queen in the chat, good evening to you, welcome back to the stream. No one has touched a time leap machine since that discussion. Ridiculous as it sounds, I can't shake the feeling that it might suck my memories out and fling them into the past. Oh, the machine does have its appeal, of course. We're all tempted by the idea of becoming humanity's first time leapers. Yeah, Scott Bakula would like to know your location, as would Donald P. Palisario. I'm going to stop with the quantum leap references eventually, but not tonight. Yet the fear of what could happen won out in the end. Perhaps as a way to forget our fears and move on, we decide to hold a celebration to mark the completion of the device. Everyone feels the need to let loose after working so hard on the project. Check it out, we've got an idol group being played up on the TV screen. That's pretty awesome. I have Daru order pizza while Karisu and I go shopping for snacks. Pizza. Always a good call. Akiba has always had a lack of supermarkets. That hasn't changed even with the anime stores gone. Yet they're still displaying anime on the big screens right there, so the whole no moe in this alternate version of Akiba doesn't quite work. After we finish shopping, Karisu and I walk along the evening streets. Yeah. She looks like she's got something to say. She keeps stealing glances at me. Are you upset? Upset? She frowns, like she didn't expect that question. Finally, she faces this way. You know, about our decision not to attempt a time leap experiment. Yeah, I suppose you're right saying it's a punk band advertisement, but that's a very... I mean, obviously the art style's very anime, but it's more the dress and everything else. Not that that's a bad thing, because, what was she called? Joan Jett, I suppose. Joan Jett wore those kind of out clothes now I think about it. So yeah, maybe kind of going for the Japanese Joan Jett. And I'd be on board for that. Yes, I would. No, I'm not upset. Humans are temporal beings. That's a Heidegger quote. No, Heidegger never said that. Heidegger gave us his horse laugh. I was actually relieved when you made the decision not to use the machine. If you hadn't been there, I might not have been able to stop myself. Thank you. And yeah, so the characters in this game have got the anime art style. That would have been interesting actually, if with the shift from the Moe Akiba to the more electronics one, they got more uniform look to them. That would have been quite interesting. They possibly missed a trick with that there, must be sad. What's this? Gratitude? Does she have a fever? I put my hand to her forehead to check. Karisu twitches. Huh? What are you doing? You're talking like an assistant for a change. I thought you might have a fever. Yeah, to be your assistant, she would have to be ill, really, wouldn't she, Rintaro? I dropped my hand. I'm not grateful to you or anything, okay? Her voice is louder than it should be, and several people glance at us. Karisu blushes and hangs her head. If Daru were here, he'd probably get all excited and say, "A real tsundere! Sweet!" Anyway, Karisu clears her throat and returns to her usual sour expression. That thank you was just a formality. Don't get me wrong, okay? Of course. I only did what I had to. It's like he's trying to be suave. I only did what I had to, love. Oh yeah. It's not working. I am the founder of the Future Gadget Lab, Hoen Kiyoma! My first priority is to protect the welfare of my lab members. So I have no need for your thanks. And yet you always talk about plunging the world into chaos. You are my allies, and the world is my enemy. Zomodo! Actually, that was a really bad impression of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I won't do that again. That was really bad VA work. In fact, I'll take a penalty for that. Except it's not a penalty, because my coffee is fresh. Because, speaking of that, of course, in 2 weeks, I am going to be doing the 24-hour charity live stream. Slight change of plan. I'm going to, instead of playing Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga, which is a game I want to save for an actual full Let's Play, I found a way to capture footage from PSP. We're going to be going back and playing Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. That is the new game for the stream in 2 weeks' time, literally 2 weeks today, 8 PM BST from the 29th of May to 8 PM BST on the 30th of May. More information will be coming up in the advertised streams later on. Keep your eyes on the YouTube channel for more info. I'm speechless. You're too self-righteous. You say speechless, yet you're speaking. Oh, hello! Don't forget what Taita said. Yep. Suzuha, I'm aware of what Taita said. Don't argue semantics. Cheering in the chat from Queen, fantastic. Yes, I say the tests have done for it. The in-game character models look great. Cutscenes, unfortunately, don't look as good. They can't render the same way, but I have got a way to make the main bulk of the game look pretty spectacular. So I'm looking forward to playing it. So I've not played that game in, conservative estimate, 12 years. Possibly even longer. In fact, definitely even longer. Yeah, it would have been. It would have been way longer. More like 14 years. Holy shit. It's quite mysterious, really. It's only been 2 weeks since Karisu and I met. And yeah, it already feels natural for us to be walking together. Exchanging banter like this. Perhaps pooling our efforts to create something new, dangerous though it may be, has brought us closer together. I admit that her knowledge and skills are impressive. I'd like her to remain at the lab if at all possible. But she says she's going back to America this month. It's already the 13th. So I wonder when she plans to return. I decided to ask her. Oh yeah, I forgot to get a plane ticket. I got too caught up in improving the phone wave. Going public with the time leak machine will send the world into an uproar. We also plan to expose CERN, remember? You may not be able to go back to America for some time. I guess you're right. I should call Mama and let her know. Looks like things are going to get busy. Naturally, I want Karisu to stay with us to the end. Ah yeah, so back at the lab. A little bit after we return to the lab, Mayuri gets back. I'm back! Seems Mayuri went to Lukako's. Suzuha shows up a few minutes later and our development council comes to order. Go on, then. What are they using for the development council and the tip libs? Oh, there's loads here. What Okabe calls a party. That sounds so boring. Yes, make sure you're not late for the development council. It's a good euphemism for hiding what you're really up to. Then, of course, we've got wave function, which apparently is that in quantum theory, a function representing a quantum state, scientists are not sure if wave functions represent reality or a convenient mathematical abstraction to describe what goes on in quantum mechanics. And that's gone right over my head, through the sticks for 3 points. I've no idea what that's trying to get at. Then the Copenhagen oh no. That's a wall of text, I'm not reading that. TLDR, if the cat is dead, the wave function collapses to become a dead cat. That's all I'm going to say on that one. And then the hippocampus CA3. Yep, so the hippocampus divides into 3 sections. The CA1, CA2, CA3. And CA refers to the name given to the hippocampus by anatomist Garin Guat in 1742. Corno Ammonis, the Horn of Ammon. The Horn of Ammon. Title of your fantasy novel that you're writing right now, you people in the audience. Oh, it's definitely more important than a party now, Queen, because Dara's ordered 3 pizzas. The man's come through. We also line up all the snacks we bought on the table. It's just like the party we had a few days ago to cheer up Suzuha. What party to cheer up Suzuha? Mayuri wanted to decorate the room, but since everyone's tired, I dismissed it as unnecessary. Looks like Suzuha managed to retrieve her jacket from Mr Braun. Man, that was terrible. I was stuck looking like an exhibitionist all day. An evening, Avian. Hi, good that you've made it. You might have missed my earlier announcement, so I'm going to go back over it now while I've got you here. Slight change of plan for the 24-hour live stream, but it's a really tiny one. I was going to do the game Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga to get my teeth into the main line. However, I want to save that for an actual long-haul playthrough, because I got the feeling it's not going to work for 24-hour continuous. But what I have done is found a way to capture PSP games. For the 24-hour live stream, we're doing Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. That's the game we're playing. And awesome on getting the jab from the public clinic, Kavian. Well done. I had mine last week, so another 10 weeks or so I'm hopefully going to get my second jab, but that's fantastic news. Awesome. The Broadtube workshop's closed. Suzuha made sure the 42-inch CRT was turned off, so there's no need to fear any malfunction from the time leak machine. A heavy sigh escapes my throat. I realise I've been tense and nervous since the time leak machine was completed. Now I can finally relax. The topic of the time leak machine has become taboo. Even Kurisu doesn't bring it up during the meeting. Daru, why did you order the exact same pizza as before? You're just saying that it's nice, Avian. Yeah, I agree. I've not played Crisis Core, and I think it's 13, maybe 14 years since I last played it. So that's going to be an interesting experience. 16 weeks? Wait, what? 16 weeks between jabs. Wow, that's way longer than the Maximar health experts have said. I just hope it all goes okay. I opened the pizza boxes to find the exact same ones he got for Suzuha's party. Because I like it. Naturally, I'm not amused. Okabe! Okabe! I called Ferris-chan and Luka-chan, but they said they couldn't come. Oh, did he have plans? Ferris-chan has a Rhino tournament. Crap, I should have got a cheer. How careless of me. I mean, yeah, Queen, I've heard that that's one of the things about the gap between the jabs. Apparently, if you let it bed in longer, it makes the efficacy better. We've recently announced over here in the UK, though, that we're kind of half accelerating it again. So for our most vulnerable age groups, it's going back to 8 weeks from 12. So there's a lot of flip-flopping on the way the vaccines are being administered, which makes me a bit nervous. I've got to say, it makes me a bit twitchy that we're getting different approaches. I'm not sure how that's going to work for long-term immunity, but I'm not a virologist. I'm not a scientist, so maybe I'm suspecting things for no reason.
And Luka-chan seemed embarrassed for some reason. Maybe she thinks she'll make her wear a costume again.
You still haven't convinced her to cosplay? That was the point of completing the costume. No, then what was the point of completing the costume? No, Queen, I'm not going to ask Hyorin Kyoma! He's not a scientist. He's the dangerous mad scientist feared the world over and hunted by the organisation. Translation, a guy who's not got a fucking clue.
She said it was embarrassing. I keep telling her cuteness is justice.
Oh, that makes her think of Sailor Jupiter. And that's awesome.
But she never listens. Cuteness is justice? Is that what they say? You're cute too, Chris-chan.
Carissa doesn't know how to react. She blushes, and Mayuri starts teasing her like a drunk old man. Don't get any ideas, Okabe. Do not get any ideas. There's no alcohol at this party, of course.
Hey, Kamima's coming up. Wanna go? I can't make something new, but I have a costume of Post-Awakening Seira from Blood Tune I made last year. I think the size is just right for Chris-chan too.
Me? Cosplay? Kurisu looks conflicted. Then she murmurs, I'm sorta interested. Well, she sure could have fooled us before, pretending to have no interest in otaku culture.
But I refuse to do it in public though. You don't have to show anyone, but eventually you'll want them to see. The cosplay demon compels you.
And Mayuri is correct on that one. Hence why I'm going to be in full cosplay in 2 weeks' time for the live stream. And that's going to be the easy part. The cosplay demon?
That reminds me, Chris-chan. You're always wearing that cute uniform. What school is it from? Oh, this?
Kurisu lifts up her necktie. I attended Ayamain for about 2 weeks. I modeled this outfit after their uniform. Ayamain? Ah, so it's a fictional private school for girls in Kudanshita neighbourhood of Tokyo, an academic powerhouse. Ayamain is a popular destination for foreign exchanges. Kudanshita? I've never heard of that part of Tokyo before. Maybe that's fictional too. Or maybe it's a really teeny one that I'm not familiar with. Because Tokyo's a big place.
Oh, their uniform is really cute, but you made it even cuter. You might have really good design sense.
明日コス持ってくるね。そしたら試着してくれる？
I'll bring the costume tomorrow, okay? Will you try it on then?
いいわ。
Sure.
Looks like Carissa approves of the cuteness is justice philosophy.
撮影会は何時からですか？
Yeah, Queen, Tokyo's a huge city. It's like little, what they call, like, towns. It's the same as London, really. Because, like, in London, you've got the likes of Brixton, Hammersmith, Camden, etc. In Tokyo, you've got the likes of Akihabara, Ueno, Ikebukuro, Shinjuku, Harajuku, Tabata, Nippori, all places like that. Where's the photo shoot?
相変わらず橋田は変態道を邁進中だな。
Good to know you're still a pervert, Hashida.
だってブラチューのせいらっしょ。あれって確かパンモロだぞ。
Come on, it's Bloodtune Seira. She's got Panmoro going on.
パンモロ？
Panmoro?
パンツがもろに見えているの略。
It means their pants are completely exposed.
嘘。
No way.
大丈夫だよ。
It's okay.
クリスちゃんは知らないかもだけどね。去年ぐらいにこんな言葉が流行ったんだよ。
You might not know this, but last year there was a really popular saying.
パンツじゃないから恥ずかしくないもんって。
They're not panties, so it's not embarrassing. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Nah, that's not the way it works, Mayuri. A nice punk ethos, but no. Just no.
いやいや、恥ずかしいでしょ。
It's plenty embarrassing, trust me.
絶対来てね。絶対だよ。
Wear it, okay? It's a promise.
やめといた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Maybe you shouldn't bother. Oh, here we go. Are they gonna finally have an argument? Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp as the techno music fires up. Here we go, people. We're going into the round. It's argument time. She's scowling at Carissa again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes. Oh my god, it really is. I was taking the piss. I was joking. But here we are. It's the dragon versus the tiger. In fact, those poses are actually very much like almost Phoenix Wright-esque. It's Phoenix Wright versus Edgeworth. You're asking for trouble by trusting Makase Kurisu.
それ、どういう意味？
What's that supposed to mean? Naturally, my strong-willed assistant isn't one to back down from a fight. Sparks fly between the two girls.
この前から思ってたんだけど、私、あなたに何かした？
I've been meaning to ask, did I do something to you?
直接は何も。でも私、君のしたこと全部知ってんだよね。
Not to me, but I know everything you've done.
何よ、私がしたことって。後ろめたいことは何もしてない。
What do you mean? I've done nothing to be guilty of.
でしょうね。でも私、知ってるんだから。君の本質ってのをさ。
Perhaps, but I know your true nature.
It really is the waifu war, isn't it? It's like... But this trial music behind it as well, I'm almost expecting the round one fight announcement.
すごい。私の心の中を覗いたんだ。画期的な発明だから、ぜひその独身装置を見せてもらいたいもんだわ。
Wow, you can see into my heart. That's groundbreaking technology. I'd love to hear how it works.
装置なんてないよ。強いて言うなら、予言。
It's not science, it's a prediction.
つまり、言いがかりってことか。
So you're just making it up.
事実だってば。
I know.
Uh-oh, we've got a situation here. And you've only just realised that, Okabe? But just now? Literally just now? Really? I've always accused you of not being aware of what's going on and how you make people, but come on, dude. I gave you more credit than that.
I shouldn't have done, but I did. Ocarine! Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes. Stop them from fighting! This looks like a job for the one and only Hoin Kiyoma! I insert myself between the two girls. Okay, get the popcorn and get comfy, girls, because I get the feeling this is going to get quite painful for him. Break it up, you two! I, Hoin Kiyoma, shall decide this dispute! They both glare at me, as does the rest of the world, mate. Although I'm afraid for my life, I harden my resolve. The mission must succeed. First, I focus on Kurisu. Assistant, I didn't raise you this way. He didn't raise me at all. If you want to become a true mad scientist, you must learn to keep your emotions in check, even as you cackle your way to victory. Nobody asked you, and I'm already a scientist. Next, I switch focus to Suzuha. Warrior, your enemy is CERN, remember? You must conserve your energy for Ragnarok. I warned you before, Okabe Rintaro. Makisa Kurisu is a threat. What? You could have mentioned that here, now? Oh, what's this about, Okabe? Their eyes are like laser beams boring into my skull. I want nothing more than to flee for my life. I want nothing more than to get a quick save, because I get the feeling there might be a decision coming here, and I don't want to fuck it up. But Maya is watching me anxiously. I need to defuse the situation. And Queen, I imagine it caused quite a lot of pain. I'm not even sure it was a bus that ran him over. I don't even think it was a train. I'm trying to think of something even more heavy duty. Maybe it was a Death Star that ran him over. Yeah, that might work. The Death Star ran him over. Looks like neither of you is willing to back down. So be it. Fight to your heart's content. Fight until there is no more fight to be had. Then share a manly handshake by the river and let friendship blossom. But in the future, when it comes time for you to venture into the real world, I hope you remember one thing. Smack, shut the fuck up. Nobody likes a mood killer! Shut up! Getting yelled at by both of them at the same time sends shivers down my spine. It's coming. I quickly seize my right arm. Why now? Of all times! Guard down! Right arm of mine! I turn around and head back to Mayuri. Run away! I'm sorry, Mayuri. At this rate, I'll end up hurting those two. I have no choice. The rest is up to you. Jeez. Mayuri puffs her cheeks out and goes over to the two girls.
二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。仲良くしようよ。
Guys, Mayushi doesn't like it when you fight. Let's all get along, okay? Hearing this, the two combatants reluctantly comply. I expected this would happen. Mayuri is the oil that keeps the gears of this lab churning along. The throbbing in my right arm dissipates. Daru comes over to chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Carissa is in the development room, making a call. Probably to her mother in America. Fuck off, coppers. I agree with you. It's like Mayuri getting in there and doing all the diffusing for us, being able to break up the tension. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping Dr. P. The TV is running a game show where contestants guess the prices of popular items at high-class restaurants. Answer: too fucking much money. Mayuri sits down next to me. She peels a banana and begins eating it. Hey, I'll come in. Mayuri slowly looks around the lab, smiling all the while. And yeah, the damn cops, they always know when to show up, but they've still not found me. They're never gonna find me. They're not. And if they do, I shall bring chaos upon the world! Sorry, I got a lump in my throat while trying to do that then. It's been really lively here these past few weeks, huh? Yeah, I guess it has. I established a future gadget laboratory around the time I entered college. It was the first step in my plan to bring chaos to the world. That was around the middle of March this year, which means it's been almost 5 months. Not half a month after it was established, Mayuri showed up. Still not sure why, and became a lab man. For about a month it was just me and Mayuri. Then, in early May, I finally got Daru to join. Why am I in a massive sense of deja vu here? I'm sure I've read all this dialogue before. All it took was telling him that the lab is just 3-minute walk from May Queen plus Nyanyan. This location on the outskirts of Akiba has always been quiet. Mayuri isn't the type to object to every little thing like Karisu, not the type to make dumb jokes like Daru. So the lab was very peaceful back in those days. It was quite a pleasant place to be. And now the lab man count has increased to 8. It happened in the blink of an eye, or so it seems. Didn't come today, but Lukaku visits occasionally, and Faris is a familiar face at May Queen plus Nyanyan. Or at least she was before May Queen disappeared. Let's say, Queen, yeah, 8 inventions in 5 months is impressive. The gadgets themselves might be shite, but it's still impressive they have that much creativity. I can't have that much creativity in like 5 fucking years. Or maybe 50 years. I remember feeling out of place the first time I came to Akiba, but now it's like a second home. It's fun! Mayuri, too, seems pleased by the increase in lab mams. Now that there are 8 lab mams, Mayushi thinks it's getting quite a little cramped in here. First, we don't have enough chairs. The sofa only has room for 2. Then there's Daru's personal desk chair. Those are the only chairs in the lounge. There's some pipe chairs in the development room, but they need to stay there. We should buy more. Do you have money, Okabe? No. Why do you think you always buy the bananas? New chairs will take all my savings. Then I need to get a part-time job again. I guess you can use some of my salary.
あとはね、電子レンジ。新しいの買わないとジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンが温められないよ。
We need a new microwave too. Otherwise, I can't warm up my juicy chicken number 1.
ああ、それはすまん。
Yeah, sorry about that. For once, he's actually being contrite. Let's see how long it lasts. Cutting off Mayuri's chicken supply might actually kill her.
だがマユリ、タイムリープマシンを譲渡して謝礼をもらえば問題は全て解決する。
But Mayuri, when we turn over the time leap machine, the reward money will solve all of our problems. It's a good question, Queen. Where did Okabe used to work? Yeah, I'm curious myself now.
イスト電子レンジの代金とちょっぴり上がっちゃったお家賃を払えるくらいはもらえるかな。
Will it be enough to pay for chairs and a microwave on top of the higher rent?
もらえるさ。もっともらえる。
It'll be enough. More than enough.
そうなんだ。よかったね、オカリ。
Wow, that's great, Okabe.
なぜそんなに嬉しそうなんだ？
Why are you so happy?
だってお友達たくさんできたもん。
Just look, we've made so many friends.
ダルくんでしょ、クリスちゃんでしょ、ルカちゃんでしょ、すずさん、マイカさん、フェリスちゃん、店長さん、ナエちゃん、他にも他にも。
There's Darren-kun, Chris-chan, Luka-chan, Suzuha-san, Moika-san, Ferris-chan, Braun-san, Nae-chan, and more.
Is this the fucking Waltons all of a sudden? Good night, Darren. Good night, Chris-chan.
Good night, Luka-chan.
Good night, Suzuha-san. That's with the fucking Waltons, this. She gazes wistfully into the distance.
春の頃はオカリはとっても寂しそうだったけど、
In the spring, when you started this lab, you seemed so lonely.
もう大丈夫だね。
But now you're fine.
マユシーが人質じゃなくても。
You don't need me to be your hostage anymore.
それはどういう？
What do you mean? I try to ask. But before I can finish, an urgent news bulletin appears on the TV. Ooh, the Yamanote, Sobu, and Keihin Tohoku lines. They're the three main train lines in Japan, in Tokyo. Yamanote is the circle line. Keihin Tohoku goes from Yokohama to... I think it's... I can't remember where it goes to now. And the Sobu line is the one that goes through Ueno. The subtitles read, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihin Tohoku lines.
爆破テロ予告？
A bomb threat?
つうか全部秋葉原駅通ってるじゃん。マユシ帰れないんじゃね？
Hang on, those lines all pass through Akiba. How is Maishi gonna get home?
本当だ。家に電話しなくちゃ。
Oh yeah, I should go home.
A bomb threat. I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah. You don't know why you've got a bad feeling about a bomb threat. Gee. And the train lines all go through the town where... Oh, God. Why would that be a problem? Why would I have a bad feeling about that? There's a reason. Definitely a reason. Oh, because you can all get blown fucking sky high. Of course you got a bad feeling about this. Only the lines passing through Akihabara are suspended, as if that were the target. Wait, could that be it? Could the bomb be at Akihabara Station? I get a cold feeling in my stomach.
岡部倫太郎、一つ聞かせて。
Okabe Rintaro, I need to know.
タイムリープマシンは完成してるんだよね。
You've completed the time leap machine, right?
Huh? Well, yeah.
そっか。
Okay,
私、用事思い出したから、ちょっと出かけてくる。
I just remembered. I've got something to do. I'm going out.
Suzuha leaves the lab without another word.
What's wrong with her?
Suzuha's acting strange. Is it related to the bomb threat? Why didn't she just ask about the time leak machine? Something occurs to me. The 2 threatening emails I received. We're watching you. You know too much. Who sent them? And there's more. Words and images flash through my head. CERN. The LHC. Jellymen. The Z program. Government secrets. The organization. Men in Black. The Committee of 300. The Time Leak Machine. What did Karisu say?
私たちひょっとするととんでもないものを作っちゃったかもしれない。
We may have created a monster here.
Taken separately, each of these elements was insignificant. But if I consider them part of a single line, they all point to one inescapable truth. That I need to save my game more often. That's the truth it points to. We've come too far. Fear seizes my heart in an icy grip. I can feel anxiety eating at my brain. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. Should we run? Get out while we still can? Can't use the trains. What about the subway? Or would a taxi be better? Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's doing anything. What should we do? Suddenly, there's a softness against my hand. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written on her face. It's okay. I'm just being paranoid. It's all a coincidence. Tomorrow, we'll get rid of the time leak machine. Then we can forget that all of this happened. Pretend it was just a dream. We never invented a time machine. I don't need money. As long as we can forget about today and welcome tomorrow, we'll be okay. Won't we? But my anxiety doesn't go away. I look over Mayuri's head at the entrance to the lab. The door is unlocked. Anyone could just waltz right in. Kind of like those fucking cops who are going off in the siren in the background. Shut the fuck up! Get out of here! You're ruining my stream! Yeah, I hear sirens wailing a few streets away. Fuck off, you missed your cue! Get out of here! The bomb threat has Akiba in an uproar. Yet here, in our corner of Akiba, it's so quiet. Mayuri squeezes my hand with her warm, slender fingers. I squeeze back. The next thing I know, the door slams open. It's Hawaii 5-0. That's like that's me and my mates at a cosplay convention. That's what that is. 5 men burst into the lab with AK-47s and what looks like a Walther PP9. Their movements are swift and sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside their door and aim their weapons at us. It all happens so fast, no one has time to scream. The men are foreigners, a mix of races, dressed casually in colourful shirts and shorts or jeans. But they stand out! Look how much they stand out! If you're going to be a secret assassin organisation, why would you turn up with that? Yeah, Evian. Book 'em, Dano. But their arms are thick with muscle, and their eyes are hard and cold as ice. 2 of them holding pistols. The other 3 have assault rifles. AK-47s in Akiba? Is this some kind of joke? One thing is certain. These guys aren't tourists. Hands in the air! Nobody move! The dark-skinned crew-cut man barks out an order. It feels like I'm dreaming. Did I fall asleep watching an action movie? This is the first time so many people have gathered in this room. Suddenly,
The lab feels small. What an odd thing to be thinking at a time like this. The first to obey is Daru. Then Karisu raises her hands. Then me. Last is Mayuri. Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt, and to be fair, if someone's got an AK-47 or a pistol pointed at you, it would. It would grind very slowly to a halt. The men say nothing, but their guns remain steady, muzzles pointed at us. On the TV, a comedian laughs. What is this? Are we on candid camera? Then I hear a new sound coming from outside. The sound of high heels. A woman is coming up the stairs. Are these men waiting for her? Is she their leader? A squad of battle-hardened commandos led by a beautiful woman? It's like something out of a manga. Nothing seems real. Before long, the woman appears. And it's going to be, judging by the sound... Yep, Mike. Kiryu... Moeka! The part-time editor, the male demon, Shining Finger, who is never seen without her phone. Lab Mem 005. Moeka? She's their leader? The least imposing woman I've ever met. Always pay attention to the quiet ones. Always. Even now she doesn't meet my stare. Her eyes are aimed down at the floor. Yeah, being timid doesn't make me feel scared of her. She's a false antagonist. What's going on here? Moeka-san? We're taking the time machine. As always, her words are barely audible. It's ridiculous. Laughable. And yet, I can't laugh. My heart is a jackhammer in my chest. The inside of my mouth is drier than a desert. I stay still with my hands in the air. It's just weird. There's something bizarre about this creepy little anime teddy right behind everybody else. It kind of robs the scene of its impact. I know why it's there, because it's an otaku lab, obviously, but it just kind of robs it of its impact. Makise Kurisu, Okabe Rintaro, Hashida Itaru, the three of you will come with us. Don't understand. Why is Moeka here? Well, she's kind of just said she's taking you away, so... And I get the feeling that this is not part of the main narrative, but we will see. Why is Moeka... I don't know, but I have to ask. What's going on here? I can't answer that. This is a joke, right? Moeka shakes her head. You don't need to know. You can't resist. Come with us. Where? No reply. He doesn't intend to answer that either. Dangerous. These guys are dangerous. I mean, look at the guns. And to be fair, it's probably the most sensible thing he's said all this week, hasn't it? Just look at the guns. Yep, that underlines their danger. Well noted, Okabe. A bit late now, but well noted. Nothing good can happen if we go with them. I try to refuse, but my voice catches in my throat. I can't stop staring at their guns. Are they real? They're not going to start shooting, are they? I'm not going anywhere until you answer. You can't refuse. They always say that if you want to assert dominance, being quiet and soft-spoken is a brilliant way of doing it. And I can imagine her at the moment just going, you can't refuse. And then behind her, the other guys are all like...
And the reason I didn't, I was actually reaching for one of my prop guns and I just remembered to pack them all away. So, so much for that plan.
あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。
You have nowhere to run.
私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。
We have men stationed throughout Akihabara.
Wait. Something clicks in my head. It was them. Oh god, he's only just fucking realised it. I wish I had a button I could just press and make it go brrr. They sent the bomb threat. They stopped the trains.
Why?
Maybe because they want you in your tech? Cut you off?
To keep us here? Just for that?
手荒なまではしたくない。
I don't want to hurt anyone.
3人とも一緒に来て。
The three of you, come with us.
なんで？
Why?
Carissa, who's kept silent until now, finally opens her mouth.
3人なの？
Why just the three of us?
That's when I realised that Mayuri wasn't included in Moeka's demand. She only wants Karitsu, Daru, and me.
何を聞かれても答えるつもりはない。
I'm not answering your questions.
あなたたちはただついてくればいい。
Come with us. It's your only choice.
We're not getting anywhere.
おかりん
Oh, Korean! Daru's voice is shaking. I turn my head to look at him, and he's deathly pale.
とりあえず言うこと聞いとくべきじゃね
Don't you think we should do what she says?
だが目的を言ってもらわないと。
But unless she tells me the reason... Honestly, I have no idea what to do. My heart is still fluttering in my chest. This seems more like a dream than reality. I'm not a military otaku. I've never seen a real gun. The black shine of their weapons looks somehow tacky. They lack the imposing feel you expect. I'd believe her if she told me they were fake. Mayuri suddenly speaks up.
萌香さんはラボメン仲間だよね。
Moeka-san, you're a lab man too, aren't you?
It's as if Mayuri asked the question for me. Moeka was a strange woman, but I welcomed her as a lab mem all the same. What is she thinking right now? In answer, Moeka pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us. I realise that Moeka isn't holding her phone. This is the first time I've seen her without it. Not like that matters now. Moeka's gun hand is trembling. And if you notice, wearing gloves, so it's like a hit squad. Is the situation affecting her too? It must be. She's terrified of talking to people.
一緒に来てもらうのは
Our mission
あなたたちの口を封じるため。
is to silence you.
Silence us?
それは拒否しても変わらない。
Your refusal to change what would come will change nothing.
Does that mean she plans to kill us? Why? What did we do?
一体誰の差し金だ。お前たち何者なんだ。
Who sent you? Who are you people?
私たちは
We.
Moeka suddenly lifts her head. For perhaps the third time since I've known her, she looks straight at me. Her eyes are dark and empty.
セルンの
I'm from CERN.
CERN?
M4
M4! The dark-skinned man speaks up. Is he addressing Moeka?
口を慎め
Watch your tongue! Moeka hangs her head again. In my head, I replay the words she just spoke. CERN. They're from CERN. Why CERN? Of course. Who else could it be?
3人とも一緒に来て。
Come with us. Now.
Moeka raises her voice in frustration. Well, she didn't when I voiced her. Sorry, guys. I missed my cue that time.
これ以上拒否するなら嫌でも行きたくなるようにするから。
If you continue to resist, I'll have to resort to extreme measures.
Moeka slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at Mayashi. Called it! Mayuri. My whole body instantly goes cold.
椎名真由里は必要ない。
Shinya Mayuri is not needed.
Stop! I lunge at Moeka, but the dark-skinned man is faster, and I like that look for her, actually. Reminds me a bit of, what's the character called from Evangelion, the one that wears all red? Has a similar look to that, but obviously in black. I like that look, it's a really nice look. Something strikes my chin with crushing force. The shock numbs my entire body. Stars explode behind my eyes. I fall to my knees, powerless to stand. Everything goes dark. What happened? Did he hit me with the butt of his rifle? Ocarine! I look up. Mayuri, face streaked with tears, is reaching out to me as if begging for help. Over her shoulder, I see Moeka ready her gun. Mayuri, no! I try to yell stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. Someone, anyone, please, stop her! Stop Moeka! Moeka's lips move. She's mumbling something.
セルのために FP のためにセルのために FP の
For CERN. For FB. For CERN. For FB.
Her mouth opens and closes robotically, and my blood curdles. No! A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Well, there's definitely blood splatter, but where's it come from? In what direction? And who's it come from? Time slows to a crawl. Moeka pulled the trigger. And blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashed across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. Wow, okay. Moeka, it turns out, actually does have a body full of ice. You know, that's actually quite graphic, actually. I catch her. Her body is limp, like a puppet with no strings. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose. And then, the smell of blood. Dario clutches his forehead and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. And yeah, straight headshot, Jesus. Well, I was expecting something to get a bit crazy, but I wasn't expecting anyone to get shot. I wasn't expecting someone to get shot in this chapter, but still feel a bit too early in the game. The sound jerks me back to my senses. In my arms, Mayuri takes one short, shallow breath, and then... she's managed to speak when getting shot in the head? Oh, Carrie? Mayuri. Mayuri. No! No! She's dead. Mayuri's dead. Her face is covered in blood. Her blood stains my hands. It's warm.
もう一度言う。3人とも一緒に来て。
You three, come with us. Now.
Yeah, exactly, Queen. It's the instant immobilizing spot.
これ以上の警告はしない。
No more warnings.
抵抗するなら あなたたちも殺し
Resist, and we'll kill you too. I hear a voice, but I can't comprehend what it's saying. What is this? What's going on here? Is this a joke? We may have created a monster here. This is a dream, right? Right? I feel nothing. My mind is blank. I shake Mayuri's shoulder. Mayuri! Wake up! Mayuri! You'll catch cold if you sleep here. If you're tired, you can stay overnight. Or I can take you home if you prefer. We'll ride the train back to Kibukuro together, like we used to before Dara joined, when it was just the two of us. Memories of her smile whirl through my head, 1,000 different smiles from 1,000 different directions. If I look away, she'll disappear. She always disappears.
もう大丈夫だね。
But now you're fine.
マユシーが人質じゃなくても
You don't need me to be your hostage anymore. No, Mayuri, I still need you. Laugh at me. Like you always do. Greet me with your silly "did-da-da." Tell me it's a lie. Tell me you're alright. Mayuri! Red flames consume my mind. I apologise for that scream, by the way. I can't do those high pitches. An inferno of rage and hate and the burning desire to kill everything I see. I gently lay the motionless Mayuri on the floor. I stand up, and then I fling myself at Moeka. Okabe! Before I could take a step, someone grasped my hand from behind. You can't! Let me go! Let me go! You can't! They'll kill you! Moeka's gun is aimed at my head. Her finger is already on the trigger. You gonna kill me too? If you resist. Please, Okabe, do what she says, okay? Otherwise, they'll kill you too! I tear my hand from Karisu's grip. My vision is a tunnel with Moeka on the other side. She won't get away with this. She killed Mayuri in cold blood. I'll do the same to her. No! Moeka pulls the trigger. The sound of the shot smites my eardrums. I feel a sharp pain on the side of my head. I nearly lose my balance again, but I'm still alive. What happened? I realise that Moeka's gun is lying at her feet. Beside it is a small stone. Someone must have thrown it and knocked her gun aside. Get down! Suddenly Suzuha is there in the doorway, knocking one man down in a blink of an eye. Before anyone can react, she darts into another man's range and delivers a piercing elbow strike to his solar plexus. The man drops to his knees, gasping for air. The remaining men turn their guns on her, but she throws the incapacitated man towards them to block their aim. She then slides into the feet of the man at the rear, tripping him forward, and in a single smooth, flowing motion, drives her knee into the man's face as he falls. Who the hell? The dark-skinned man aims his rifle, but before he can fire, Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gun and shoots him. Blood spurts from the man's hand. Without pausing, Suzuha leaps into the air and delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to his jaw. What a jaw! Enough! The next thing I know, the 5 men are down, and Moeka's gun is aimed at Suzuha's face. But Suzuha doesn't back down. Her gun is trained on Moeka's neck.
It's a standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room.
何者
Who are you?
42
42. Suzuha's reply makes no sense. She glances at me.
テレビ
TV. What is she saying?
点灯済み
Turned on.
何を
What? Suddenly Karisu springs up and makes a break for the development room.
動くな
Don't move!
それはこっちのセリフ
That's my line! I suddenly realise the meaning of Suzuha's words. The 42-inch TV downstairs. It's on. She wants me to use the time leap machine? I look at Mayuri's body. She's lying there quietly. Her eyes are closed. They'll never open again. One of the men Suzuha knocked out starts to moan. If they wake up, it's all over. Suzuha looks at me again. Her eyes implore me to make my move. If I use the machine, I can avert Mayuri's death. But at the same time, it could fry my brain. Fry my brain? So what? What is it to fear? Mayuri's dead. Shot in cold blood. This isn't right. I won't accept it. Then change it. Change the past. You have the power. Use it! I stagger into the development room. Carissa is about to put on the headgear. I pull it away from her. Okabe!
俺が飛ぶ
I'm going back.
私が
No, I should be the one to... I grab Carissa's wrist as she tries to take it back. Stare into her eyes wet with tears.
俺がマユリを助ける
I will save Mayuri!
もし失敗したら
But what if it fails? I ignore her and put on the headgear. Moeka's last shot grazed the side of my head. My ears are still ringing, and there's blood on my neck. It doesn't matter. I might fail, I might even die. But I have to try. It's my only chance to save Mayuri. Karisu bites her lip and activates the X-68000. Akabe Rintaro! One of them's moving! Get in there! Kill them!
やらせるか
Damn kids! The crew cut man staggers into the development room. Acting purely on instinct, I grab future gadget number 4, Moad Snake from the shelf and flick the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see. Kill them! Grisu!
Okabe 本当にいいの
Okabe, are you sure?
タイムリープしてもいいの
Are you sure about this? Really?
やれクリスマシンを動かせ
Do it, Kurisu! Activate the machine! Ah! Pain flares in my right arm. That was a shot? It doesn't matter. I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge is starting. The light rapidly grows brighter. The floor begins to shake. The singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset steady with one hand. Wait for me, Mayuri. I won't die here. I'll cross through time to save you. Leap, my memories. Leap to the past. Leap! The world explodes into light. And off we go. And now we're seeing time go backwards. We've wound the clock back 3 hours by the looks of it. And yep, Suzuha to the rescue. The one I suspected, it turns out, is actually the one who ended up saving us. I knew there was a reason I liked her. Before I do anything else, make sure to save often. Mayuri. Mayuri. No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. Mayuri is standing in front of a grave. gazing at the sky. The grave belongs to her grandmother, who died when Mayuri was 11 years old. So as for thoughts then, Queen, well, the thoughts is obviously his consciousness has gone somewhere, but the question is, with this, how big of a change has he done? We saw a reference of her wanting to see her grandmother again, but we'd not actually a reference to him taking her to the cemetery. So what world line we're on or how we've got here, and who knows? I'm going to watch and find out. Regarding Moeka, it was convenient she disappeared from the thing, but it was I'm kind of disappointed because I saw that she might have something to do with it. I didn't call it quite the same as being with CERN, but I was a bit I thought, I'm a bit disappointed if she goes somewhere. It's why I'm thinking she might not be as big a thing. A lot of it's probably to do with the choices made on the cell phones. I think the cell phones are going to have affected that. Let's say it's kind of cool, but at the same time, I'm kind of disappointed at the same time. It's better than what happened with Mikutsuki, I'll say that much. Ikutsuki was better. It was better than Ikutsuki. As for the attack in general, a nice surprise. I still don't quite like how it was delivered. And I kind of saw the whole thing with Suzuha coming over the TV, but I kept stung because I wanted it to play out. I thought she's going to go and activate the TV and they'll use time somehow. And I was right, but in a different way. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me too. At the wake, I expected to break down and cry. She didn't. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. 6 months went by. I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. Every day, rain or shine, she would stand for hours before the grave, staring wordlessly at the sky as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. In her hands, an old pocket watch. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting the grave. Mayuri. No matter how many times I called her name, Mayuri did not answer. Back then, Mayuri wouldn't talk to anyone. Not to me, not even to her parents. Whenever I saw her standing there, staring at the sky, I felt unease grip my heart. Her gaze was so earnest, her intentions so pure, that I feared some power might grant her wish, and carry her off to heaven and join her beloved grandmother. See, regarding the Death Flag Queen, I kind of saw that coming, but I didn't think it would be this early. I expected it later. I expected it around maybe chapter 8, assuming that's how far the game goes. I thought chapter 5 would be a bit too early. I was expecting a bit more from that. So it's kind of played, but played earlier than I expected it to be. And so, to ensure that nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I would stand next to the sky-gazing Mayuri and call her name. Mayuri? But no matter how many times I'd call her, Mayuri wouldn't reply. The only sound in a lonely cemetery was the echo of my voice, calling her name. It was raining that day too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast to the umbrella's colour, the sky was glazed grey, covered in clouds. After a while, the rain stopped. Rays of light shone through gaps in the clouds, a stunningly beautiful sight. Rembrandt's rays, they are called, or sometimes the angel's ladder. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the cemetery. It caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it into the sky. Mayuri seemed not to notice. She kept staring at the sky. And then, slowly, so very slowly, she stretched her hand out to the sky, as if to grab the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. And then, she lifted herself onto her toes. To me, it looked as if she were floating up towards heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. In retrospect, my fears were just a childish fantasy, but at the time, I truly believed that Mayuri might vanish. I won't let you go. I won't let anyone take you away. I realised how embarrassing the words coming from my own mouth were.
マユリは俺の人質だ。人体実験の生贄なんだ。
You're my hostage now, my guinea pig. It was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Maya and I were fans of a popular TV series about costumed heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now I was doing it to hide my embarrassment. I could feel my face glowing red, but I kept up the mad scientist act all the same. If nothing else, it was better than admitting my insecurities. And yeah, you figured the chapter had done that. I just thought it'd still be a bit too early. It was the cues were there, obviously, but I thought it'd be the next chapter. I expected it to be the big one in chapter 6 or chapter 7, but hey, now we're on a totally new path anyway, so let's keep going.
どこにも逃がさないからな。
There is no escaping me! As I said this, I realised that Mayuri was shaking. Okay. She whispered. It was the first time in 6 months that I'd heard her speak. Her voice was choked with tears. Mayusi's your hostage? I guess I'm stuck here, huh? She smiled happily. Tears fell from her eyes. And then, Mayuri buried her face in my chest. So, a nice little bit of backstory. And now we're coming back to the present. Oh, well, I say the present, the past present. Because, of course, apparently we've gone back in time. Apparently being the key word. Where am I? Who am I? I can't see. I can barely think. A terrible screech fills my head, like feedback from a giant speaker. It penetrates my brain like 100 sharp needles, stabbing me right behind the eyes. Yes, feel those needles stabbing through the eye, right through the pupil. I thought brains weren't supposed to feel pain. Bear? And there's more. I feel a shiver of pleasure beneath the pain, and a terrible itching like my body is on fire. Okabe. I want to crack open my skull and tear out my brain. I want to scrape out my soft grey matter with my fingers and eat it. Oh, Bear? And Queen, are you talking to me or Okabe here when you say never had a migraine before? Because I think we're both going to have the same ignorance on this part. The assault on my brain is driving me crazy. Who am I? Okabe, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. I slowly come back to my senses. Huh? I'm in the lab, standing in front of the phone wave, name subject to change, with my cell phone to my ear. No, not the phone wave name subject to change. Since headgear is attached to it, it's the time leak machine. It's hard to breathe. Give me oxygen. I hear a low, wheezing groan and realise that it's coming from my own throat. Yeah, as I say, I agree with you, Avian. Pain, brains definitely can feel pain. They can feel many senses and stimulations and impacts. And yeah, Queen, I agree with you. Okabe sounds like he's never had a migraine before. Sounds like he's not had many things before. I close my mouth and take a deep breath. The insides of my throat feel like they're burning. To which I say, quench some water. I resist the urge to cough and continue filling my lungs with air. I notice that I'm drenched in sweat. The drops sliding down my forehead are annoying. I try to wipe them away with the back of my right hand. My hand obeys, slowly. Something is off. It's like my body and my mind aren't totally in sync with each other. Almost as if this isn't really my body. As if my nerves aren't communicating properly with my extremities. I try blinking slowly. This might just be my imagination. Could this be exhaustion? I haven't slept much lately. I try to move my hand again. There's no disconnect this time. This is my body.
Okabe? 聞いてる?
Okabe, are you listening? A familiar voice. I turn around slowly. Carissa is there. She glares at me, perplexed.
どうしたのよ? 急にすごい声出して.
What was all that screaming for? What's she talking about?
具合悪いの?
Are you sick? I try answering, but my voice doesn't work too well. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times. No, I'm fine.
そう。だったらさっさと出かける準備しなさいよ。買い出し行くんでしょ?
Then get ready to go already. We're going shopping, remember?
買い出し?
Shopping? For what? I search my memories. Yeah, that's a good answer, Queen. Okabe going, no, Christina, I'm too busy dying of brain pain. The moment I do, images appear in my mind like a string of exploding light bulbs.
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である.
Humans are temporal beings.
もう大丈夫だね。
But now you're fine. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. Are you sure about this? Really? I remember now. I used the time leap machine.
未来の記憶を思い出すのよ.
You'll remember the future. That's right. What am I standing around for? Where am I?
Huh?
Huh? I grab Carissa's shoulders and pull her close.
今は何時だ? 何月何日の何時何分だ?
What time is it now? What month? What day?
痛い. 落ち着け.
Hey, that hurts. Calm down.
落ち着いていられるか? 買い出しって言ったか?
How can I be calm? Shopping. She said we're going shopping. And to be fair to Okabe, that's the correct answer when someone says they're taking you shopping. How can I be calm? You have to hide your credit card as soon as possible. What shopping trip is she talking about? Daru is sitting at his computer, staring at us wide-eyed.
Daru, 今日は何日だ? 今は何時なんだ?
Daru, what time is it? What day is it?
13日の5時ちょっと過ぎだけど。
Well, it's the 13th, a little past 5. The 13th, a little past 5.
成功したのか?
Did it work? Did I manage to time leap in the middle of all that chaos? Did my memories really jump through time? Does that mean I've leaped into my past self? Is there a chance that it was all a dream? Thinking back forward, it doesn't seem real. Commandos break into the lab. It's like something out of a Hollywood movie. But the sight of Mayuri, broken and bloody, is burned into my eyes. I remember the smell of blood, the sound of the gunshot, the weight of the headgear on my head, the pain of the bullet tearing through my arm. Kurisu screaming, Suzuha fighting to defend us. I remember it all vividly. I touched my arm. No bullet holes. No pain, even. Was it all a dream? I don't know. I've never time leaped before. I can only hope it was a dream. A future like that is too much to bear. I recall Mayuri's last moments, and my eyes fill with tears. I force the tide of emotion back. Where's Mayuri? I look around the lab. Kurisu and Daro are here, but I can't find Mayuri.
マユリはどこに
Where's Mayuri?
どこってルカシのところに行くってさっき言ってたじゃんか。オカリン聞いてなかったん
She just left saying she was going to Lukashi's place. Weren't you listening? That's right. Mayuri went to beg Lukako to wear her costume. She won't return until it's time for the party. What do I do? What do I believe? Was it a dream? Or was it real? If it was a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. If it was real, then I need to act. Now. I take a deep breath.
あれは夢だったんだ。
It must have been a dream. Oh, we shall see.
あんなの現実に起きるはずがない。
There's no way something like that could really happen. It was a nightmare brought on by anxiety. That's all. There's no other logical explanation. I desperately persuade myself that it's so. Little do I know that I will soon regret my foolishness. Yep, certainly sounds that way. Carissa goes shopping alone. I stay in the lab with Daru, waiting for Mayuri to return.
トゥットゥルーただいま
I'm back! An innocent smile. Mayuri is alive. Nothing will happen to her. I was worried for nothing. It's all getting a bit doki doki Literature Club now, where we're going back and repeating the same scenes over and over again. When Suzuha arrives, we begin the meeting.
オカリオカリ
Oh, come in! Oh, come in!
フェリスちゃんやルカちゃんにもね声をかけたんだけど今日は無理って言われちゃった
I called Ferris-chan and Luka-chan, but they said they couldn't come. I've heard these words before. Deja vu, a trick of the mind. No, it's not a trick of the mind, mate. It's not a trick of the mind. Yeah, that's a massive wall of text, so I'm not reading that. We all know what deja vu is.
そうか。何か用事でもあったのか。
Oh, did they have plans?
フェリスちゃんは今日はライネットの大会
Ferris-chan has a Rhinet tournament.
しまった。応援行きそびれた。なんという不覚。
Crap, I should have gone to cheer. How careless of me.
あとねルカちゃんはなんだか恥ずかしそうにしてたよ
And Luka-chan seemed embarrassed for some reason.
ここに来たらまたマユリのコスを着させられるって思ったんじゃない？
Maybe she'll think she'll make her wear her costume again. It's just like my dream. I've never remembered a dream this vividly before. I remember every word that was spoken. Yes, Avery, a good reference, a glitch in the Matrix.
コスプレの件か。もしかしてまだ説得できていないのか。
You still haven't convinced her to cosplay.
恥ずかしいんだって可愛いは正義なのに
She said it was embarrassing. I keep telling her cuteness is justice, but she never listens.
可愛いは正義ってそんな言葉が流行ってるんだ。
Cuteness is justice. Is that what they say?
クリスちゃんもね可愛いよね
You're cute too, Chris-chan. So literally flashback to an hour ago, I think. I'm pretty sure literally about 8:30 my time I was saying these exact lines. Huh? Eh?
ねえねえ今度の小ビマに出てみない
I mean, I've been told my content's repetitive, but I don't think it was that repetitive. Hey, Kamima's coming up. Wanna go?
新
The thing is, I don't want to skip in case his reactions change. And I don't think there's anyone I can talk to on the phone either. Ah, that's interesting. Shining finger. Yeah, see, there's the Jellyman one. I also don't see the "we're watching you" message. Is it just me? Yeah. That's interesting. Something's definitely changed. Because unless this is it here. Nope, that's all code. Interesting.
I can't make something new, but I have a costume of post-awakening Sarah from Bloodshun I made last year. I think the size is just right for you.
私がコスプレか。
Me, cosplay?
ちょっと興味ある。
Ah, you say you deleted it, Queen. No, well, it shows how much attention I've been paying them.
I'm sorta interested.
でも私も人前に出るのはお断りだから。
But I refuse to do it in public though.
着るだけでいいよ。でもね、そのうちみんなに見てもらいたくなるよ。コスプレにはそうさせる魔物さんが住んでるんだ。
You don't have to show anyone, but eventually you'll want them to see. The cosplay demon compels you.
そういえば、クリスちゃんっていつも可愛い制服着てるよね。でもこの制服、都内にあったっけ？
That reminds me, Chris-chan, you're always wearing that cute uniform. What school is it from?
これ
Oh, this?
2週間だけあやめ院に逆留学みたいなことしてたんだけど、そこの制服改造してきてるの。
I attended Ayame for about 2 weeks. I modeled this outfit after their uniform.
あやめ院なんだ。あそこの制服、もともと可愛いもんね。でもクリスちゃんの改造センスはね、すごくいいかも。
Oh, their uniform is really cute, but you made it even cuter. You might have really good design sense.
明日コス持ってくるね。そしたら試着してくれる？
I'll bring the costume tomorrow, okay? Will you try it on then?
いいわ。
Sure.
撮影会は何時からですか？
Where's the photo shoot?
相変わらず橋田は変態道を邁進中だな。
Good to know you're still a pervert, Hashida.
だってブラチューのセーラっしょ？あれって確かパンモロだぞ。
So when is Okabe gonna do something to break the chain here and break the time loop? Come on, it's Bloodshun Sarah. She's got Panmoro going on.
パンモロ？
Panmoro?
パンツがもろに見えているの逆。
It means her panties are completely exposed.
嘘。
Yeah, see, interesting thought there, Avian, saying that Karisu is cosplaying as a student. And also, Suzuha with her attacking all of a sudden, the martial arts thing. There's too many pieces there that don't fit. I still don't trust Suzuha, despite what she did. Something about her, I still don't trust her. I don't think it's purely because I like her. Whenever I've liked girls, they've always had something about them. Sometimes for good. Mostly not.
No way.
大丈夫だよ。
It's okay.
クリスちゃんは知らないかもだけどね。去年ぐらいにこんな言葉が流行ったんだよ。
You might not know this, but last year there was a really popular saying.
パンツじゃないから恥ずかしくないのって。
They're not panties, so it's not embarrassing.
日本終わってた。
Japan is over. Breaking the chain. Karisu didn't say Japan is over. That's a break in the chain.
絶対来てね。絶対だよ。
Wear it, okay? It's a promise.
やめといた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Maybe you shouldn't bother. Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp. She's scowling at Karisu again. Suddenly the atmosphere in the room changes. I remember this too. I feel like I'm losing my mind here.
マキセクリスを信じると痛い目に遭うよ。
You're asking for trouble by trusting Makise Karisu.
それどういう意味？
What's that supposed to mean?
この前から思ってたんだけど、私あなたに何かした？
I've been meaning to ask. Did I do something to you?
直接は何も。でも私、君のしたこと全部知ってんだよね。
Not to me, but I know everything you've done.
何よ？私がしたことって。後ろめたいことは何もしてない。
What do you mean? I've done nothing to be guilty of.
だろうね。でも私、知ってんだから。君の本質ってのさ。
Perhaps, but I know your true nature.
へえ、すごい。私の心の中を覗いたんだ。画期的な発明だから、ぜひその独身装置を見せてもらいたいもんだわ。
That'd be an interesting Easter egg if that's what it's referencing, Avian. It does fit, but it'd be interesting if that's where they've got that imagery idea from. Wow, you can see into my heart? That's groundbreaking technology. I'd love to hear how it works.
装置なんてないよ。強いて言うなら、予言。
It's not science, it's a prediction. Yeah, she's travelling. I'm sure that she's also going through time, Suzuha. There's too much references to things like prediction and knowledge and everything else. It explains also why she'd know that she has to go and turn the TV on. Because she knew they were coming. She wants... I get the feeling she wants Okabe to do something, but it's not what he thinks it is.
つまり言いがかりってことか。
So you're just making it up.
事実だってば。
I know.
おか
Oh, Karin! Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes.
り、二人を止めて。
Stop them from fighting! Should I listen to Miura's plea, like I did in the dream? Knowing that I can't stop the fight, should I just let Mayuri handle it instead? I don't know. I can't move a muscle.
もう。
Jeez! Mayuri pouts and goes over to the two girls.
二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。仲良くしようよ。
Guys, Mayushi doesn't like it when you fight. Let's all get along, okay? Daru comes over to chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Karisu is in the development room, making a call. Probably to her mother in America. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping Dr. P. But I can't pay attention to what I see on the screen. It doesn't enter my head. Mayuri sits down next to me. She peels a banana and begins eating it.
ねえねえ、オカリ
Hey, Okarin!
なんだかね、ここ何週間ですごく賑やかになったね。
It's been really lively here these past few weeks, huh? Stop it. Why are you saying the same things as in that terrible dream? It was a dream. It has to be a dream!
楽しいね。
It's fun! Mayuri smiles happily, not noticing my lack of a reply.
あのね、ラボメンが8人に増えたでしょ。ちょっと狭くなってきたなってマユシーは思うんだ。
Now that there are 8 lab members, Mayushi thinks it's getting a little cramped in here.
まずね、椅子が足りないのです。
First, we don't have enough chairs.
買ってこなくちゃだよ。オカリンはお金ある？
We should buy more. Do you have money, Okarin? I shake my head wordlessly. For some reason, I'm afraid to look Mayuri in the face. Yes, it's because you're a coward. It's not going. All you have to do is literally take her out of the room. That's all you literally have to do.
じゃあ、マユシーのバイト代もちょっと出していいよ。
I guess you can use some of my salary.
あとはね、電子レンジ。新しいの買わないとジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンが温められないよ。
We need a new microwave too. Otherwise, I can't warm up any juicy chicken number 1.
オカリン大丈夫元気ないよ
Okabe, are you okay? You don't look so good.
いや
It's nothing.
体調良くないのかなだったらね休まなきゃ横になる膝枕してあげるよ
Oh dear. They're really going for the romance option here with this one.
Are you feeling sick? Then you need to rest. Want to lie down? You can lie in my lap, okay?
そんな恥ずかしいことを
I'm not.
Before I can finish, the television interrupts me with an urgent news bulletin. The subtitles read, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu and Keihin Tohoku lines.
爆破テロ予告
A bomb threat?
つうか全部秋葉原駅通ってるじゃんマユシ帰れないんじゃね
Hang on, those lines all pass through Akiba. How is Maishi gonna get home?
本当だ家に電話しなくちゃ
Oh yeah, I should go home.
嘘
No, it can't be. It's the same. Every last thing, the same.
岡部倫太郎一つ聞かせて
Okabe Rintaro, I need to know.
It was a dream.
タイムリープマシンが完成してるんだよね
You completed the time machine, right?
It had to be a dream. But if it was a dream, then why?
聞いてる
Are you listening?
タイムリープマシンは完成してるけど
The time loop machine's done.
そっか
Okay,
私用事思い出したからちょっと出かけてくる
I just remembered. I got something to do. I'm going out.
Suzuha leaves the lab without another word.
彼女
What's wrong with her?
Does she know what's about to happen? Nothing's going to happen. The break-in was a dream. But no matter how hard I try to convince myself of that, I can't shake the icy hand clutching my heart. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. I remember this feeling too, from the dream. Did I choose wrong? Was I granted a second chance, only to let it go to waste? A soft feeling against my fingers. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written in her face. I reflexively look towards the door. If the dream wasn't a dream, then... any second now. It happens exactly as I remember. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are swift and sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons at us. I recognise each of them. There's no denying it now. I did leap through time. It was the future I remembered. I was supposed to change this present to stop the madness about to unfold. But I told myself it was a dream and wasted my chance to save everyone.
動くな全員両手を上げろ
Hands in the air! Nobody move! Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt. I don't understand why it doesn't just say the name. Reveal who's going to come down the hallway. I don't get it. Why don't they just say Moeka's name? Confuse the guys. Go. So where's Moeka, your boss? And with that moment of surprise, throw the steam pot at them. I'm just saying, these are all options he had. He still has them now. Why didn't I do anything to change this? Wasn't that why I let through time? The sound of heels echoes down the hallway. A woman is coming up the stairs. Kiryu Moeka. The woman who will kill Mayuri. The dream was real. Those were memories of the future. This is happening because I did nothing to stop it.
萌香さんこれって
Moeka-san?
タイムマシンを回収させてもらう
We're taking the time machine. If I kill her first, will Mayuri live? I consider the option but soon give up. The real danger is the men behind her. 3 of them have assault rifles. They'll gun us down the instant I try anything. My only hope is for Suzuha to make her move before Mayuri is shot. Is there even a chance?
牧瀬クリス、岡部倫太郎、橋田至3名については我々と一緒に来てもらう。
Makise Kurisu, Okabe Rintaro, Hashida Itaru. The 3 of you will come with us.
抵抗は許されない。
You can't resist.
とにかく来て。
Come with us.
どこへ？
Where? I have no words.
せめて理由と行き先を教えてほしいんだけど。
At least tell us where we're going.
拒否することは認めない。
You cannot refuse.
あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。
There is nowhere to run.
私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。
We have men stationed throughout Akihabara.
手荒な真似はしたくない。
I don't want to hurt anyone.
3人とも一緒に来て。
The 3 of you come with us.
なんで3人なの？
Why just the 3 of us?
何を聞かれても答えるつもりはない。
I'm not answering your questions.
あなたたちはただついてくればいい。
Come with us. It's your only choice.
萌香さんはラボメン仲間だよね。
Moeka-san, you're a lead man too, aren't you?
In reply, Moeka pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us.
It's happening again.
一緒に来てもらうのは
Our mission
あなたたちの口を封じるため。
is to silence you.
それは拒否しても変わらない。
Your refusal to come will change nothing.
3人とも一緒に来て。
Come with us. Now.
これ以上拒否するなら嫌でも行きたくなるようにするから。
If you continue to resist, I'll have to resort to extreme measures.
Moeka slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at Mayuri.
椎名真由里は必要ない。
Shina Mayuri is not needed.
They say, but the thing is, guess who is needed? Okabe. All he has to do is step in front of her. Put his money where his mouth is. But unfortunately, he's not got the balls. I try to shout stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. I turn to Kurisu for help. Kurisu is staring at Mayuri. She looks as if she might start crying at any second. I turn to Daru. He's shaking. His lips move as if to speak, but nothing comes out. Someone. Anyone. Please. Stop her. Stop Moeka.
セルのために FP のためにセルのために FP の
For CERN. For FB. For CERN. For FB.
FB, well, it's obviously not going to be for Facebook. We know that much. Her lips close tightly. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Time slows to a crawl. Moeka pulled the trigger. I didn't think they'd actually replay the entire scene. I thought something had changed. Blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashes across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. I catch her. Her body is limp, like a puppet with no strings. I was pressing the button, I wasn't cycling forward. I'm like, move forward. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose, and then the smell of blood. Daru clutches his head and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. In my arms, Mayuri takes one long, ragged breath, and then... Oh, Carrie? No! No! She's dead. Mayuri's dead. Again. Her face is covered in blood. Her blood stains my hands. It's warm.
もう一度言う。三人とも一緒に来て。
You three, come with us. Now.
これ以上の警告はしない。
No more warnings.
抵抗するならあなたたちも殺す。
Resist, and we will kill you too. I hear a voice, but I can't comprehend what it's saying. It's the same. I knew it would be. I let Mayuri die again, because I didn't believe my own memories of the future. I lay Mayuri down on the floor. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm so sorry. I stand up. Rage takes hold of me once again. I'm helpless to resist. I take one menacing step towards Moeka.
Okabe!
Okabe! Carissa grabs my hand before I can take another. You can't! Let me go! You can't! They'll kill you! Moeka's gun is aimed at my head. Her finger is already on the trigger. You're gonna kill me too!
抵抗するなら
If you resist.
お願い
Please.
従って
Okabe, do as she says. Okay?
このままじゃあんたも殺される
Otherwise, they'll kill you too. I grip my teeth and suppress my anger. Just then, something small and round strikes Moeka's gun hand. She drops her gun. At her feet lies a small stone. Get down! The next events transpire exactly as I remember. Suzuha appears in the doorway, knocking down the first man before anyone can react. She then proceeds to dispatch the remaining men with a series of swift, precise manoeuvres. Who the hell? The dark-skinned man, the last one standing, takes aim at Suzuha with his assault rifle. But before he can fire, Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gunner and shoots him. Blood spurts from the man's hand. Without stopping, Suzuha delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to the man's jaw.
そこまでよ
Enough! Moeka and Suzuha point their guns at each other. A standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room. Yep, we've got the Mexican standoff the old-fashioned way. Left hand versus right hand. Who's got the dominant aim here?
何者
Who are you?
42
42. She glances at me.
テレビ
TV. This time, I already know what she
冷
means.
凍済み
Turn down! I make a break for the development room. Don't move!
それはこっちのセリフ
That's my line! Let's say, Queen, you say it's a more realistic reaction letting it play out the second time around, but for me, it'd be okay. Maybe I'm just too robotic. But the moment I'd have seen it was exactly the same, I'd have been like, we're out of here, now. But then I've just always had that kind of instinct to me. If I feel something's going wrong, I get out, I don't mess around. Carissa is right behind me. I grab the headgear and jam it on my head without a moment's hesitation.
岡部私が
Okay, I...
俺が飛ぶ
I'm going back.
でももし失敗したら
But what if it fails?
設定を頼む
Get the machine started! There's no time to argue. I grab Moad's snake from the shelf. Karisu bites into her lip and starts setting up the X68000. Okabe Mitsuru! One of them's headed your way! Kill them! Don't let them use it! Before the crew cut man enters the development room, I push the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see.
Okabe!
Are you sure, Okabe?
タイムリープしてもいいの？
Are you sure about this time leap? Really?
やれクリス、マシンを動かせ。
Do it, Kurisu! Activate the machine! And yeah, I suppose it is like with the Lotto 6 numbers, I suppose, Queen, but this time he had a lot more data to go around. The entire scene played out exactly the same. The Lotto 6 didn't. That's why I'd have acted. But again, I'm wired differently. I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge is starting. The light rapidly glows brighter. The floor begins to shake. The singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset steady with one hand. This is reality. It wasn't a dream. I burn that fact into my mind as I prepare to time leap. One more chance. The shaking begins. Please, give me one more chance! Once more, the world explodes into light. I can't hear. It feels like something is crushing my eardrums. The apologies, there was a slight problem with my knees there, so I had to make a slight adjustment. Slowly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. My body convulses as if struck by lightning. I am Okabe Rinsaro. I'm in the lab development room, standing in front of the time leap machine with my phone to my ear. My brain hurts again. This isn't like a headache. It's somehow deeper. Yeah, kind of like the inside of the bottomless hole where my soul used to be. And as you say, Queen, yeah, everyone's different. I just immediately read it. I'm quite mechanical, so the moment I know something's happened exactly as it's happened before, I'm like, I'm out of here. Everybody get the hell out. With the pain comes a torrent of emotions. Sorrow, longing, hope, joy that threatens to wash away my psyche. However, only one thing matters. It worked again. I quickly returned to the lounge.
You surprised me.
I almost crashed into Kurisu.
Don't startle me like that.
Daru, is it just before 5 on the 13th?
そうだけど。
Yeah. Alright, time leap successful. I pat Kurisu on the shoulders, almost in an embrace. You're a genius.
What's gotten into you? Stop handling me. It's gross.
I scramble for my phone.
Maishi here.
This sudden music makes me think you can't change fate. This music was playing when all the drama happened and she was shot. Twice. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but that'd be a very, very obvious mistake from the creators. Mayuri, where are...
But I can't answer the phone right now.
It went to voicemail?
Please leave your message after the beep.
Mayuri, contact me at once, okay? At once! I hang up. Look at my watch again. It's just past 5. Thank God for the time leap machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what would have happened without it. I have 3 hours until Malaika kills Mayuri. Everything's going to be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akiba. We can go to Ikebukuro. Wait, what if they're watching her house? Maybe we should hop the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Anyway, we're fine as long as Moeka doesn't find her today. So first, I need to find Mayuri.
目が血走っちゃってるけど、どうしたの？
Okabe, you look kinda crazy. What's wrong?
And I agree, again, Queen, you're right. The music does have serious tension and serious motion. I completely agree with you. But I also have a knack for pattern spotting, and this has played at all those moments. Again, I hope I'm wrong. I'd like to be wrong. I really would. Karisu and Daru look at me with concern.
二人とも今すぐここから離れろ。
Both of you get out of here, now!
What's this about?
I check my wallet. I only have 9,000 yen and some change. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have.
何よ？また中二病？
Is this another one of your fantasies?
Karisu shrugs her shoulders dumbfounded. I don't have time to answer her. I slip beside her and dash out of the lab. Maybe you should have grabbed the time wave machine? Broke it down, perhaps? Made it so that it couldn't be stolen while you're not there?
Okabe, どこ行くのよ？おい！
Okabe, where are you going? Hey!
I run full speed to Yanabayashi Shrine. Naturally, I have to stop for breath before I get more than a few blocks. The sun is setting, but the temperature still hasn't dipped below 30. Sweat quickly covers my entire body. I'm not good at exercise in the first place. I finally stagger through the archway. Now I regret not borrowing Suzuha's bicycle. But no, there wasn't time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I run to the courtyard, where I find Lukako standing alone with her bamboo broom. Lukako!
Okabe-san,
Okabe-san,
She bows her head.
どうしたんです？
what's wrong?
マユリはどこだ？
Mayuri! Where's Mayuri?
まゆりちゃんだったら、もう帰りましたけど。
Mayuri-chan already left.
帰った。
She left?
Yes.
後でまゆりちゃんにごめんなさいって伝えてくれませんか？
When you see her, could you tell her that I'm sorry?
僕、やっぱりどうしてもコスプレはできませんって断っちゃって、
I'd really prefer not to cosplay.
まゆりちゃんを悲しませたくはなかったんですけど、やっぱり人前に出るのは恥ずかしくて。
I don't want to disappoint her, but it's too embarrassing to dress like that in front of people.
Yep, so Lukako's not a cosplayer, which is fine. I finally catch my breath. I don't have time to listen to Lukako's apologies.
帰ったんだな。
Mayuri went back to the lab.
はい。
Eh? I think so.
That doesn't make sense. I know she comes to the lab around 6:30. It's still 5:30. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get to the lab. So what was she doing for the extra 40 minutes? Don't have time for this.
本当に帰ったのか？どこかへ寄るとは言っていなかったか？
She didn't say she was dropping by somewhere.
いえ、聞いてませんけど。
No, I didn't ask.
岡部さん、一体何が？
Is something wrong?
もしマユリがここに戻ってきたら、すぐに俺に電話するように伝えるんだ。
If Mayuri comes back here, tell her to call me right away.
はい。
Okay.
I better check the lab. We might have missed each other. When I get back to the lab, nobody's there but Daru. Did Karisu go shopping by herself? I call out to him as he's ordering pizza on the computer.
マユリは
Where's Mayuri?
来てるか？
Did she come back?
いや
Eh? No.
いつどこへ？
Where is she? With Moeka. Wouldn't surprise if Moeka is the reason that she came to the property. I take a bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge and chug it down. The cold, sparkling liquid wets my parched throat and drives the heat away. Now I can think. But I still can't relax.
Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death.
オカリンさ、さっきからなんでそんなピリピリしてるん？
Hey, Okarin, why are you so jumpy?
マイルの居場所を知らないか？
I need to find Mayuri.
だからルカシのところっしょ？
Isn't she at Lucas's?
いなかった。帰った後だった。
Not anymore. She was gone by the time I got there. I start to pace in irritation.
じゃあ他のレイヤー仲間のところとか。
Maybe she went to see one of her cosplay friends. Which she did, didn't she mention? It was, Did she mention Kaede? No, she mentioned, Ferris.
そのレイヤー仲間の連絡先を教えろ。
Who? What's her phone number?
いや、知らんし。
How should I know? Damn. It's easy to forget, since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside of the lab. May Queen and the Shrine. That's about it. I have no idea where else she might go. May Queen doesn't even exist on this world line.
ああ、そういえば。
Now that you mention it,
何か知っているのか？
do you know something?
携帯の電源が切れそうとか言ってたような気がする。
I think she said that her phone was about to run out of power. She had to turn it off. Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even notice my phone calls.
なあ、一体どうしたん？
Hey, what's going on?
誰？なぜここに残っている？今すぐラボを離れろと言ったはずだ。
Why are you still here, Daru? I thought I told you to leave. I sit on the sofa, feeling the weight of stress on my shoulders and in my bones.
理由もなしにそんなこと言われてもわけわからんつうか。
I'm not leaving without a good reason.
一体何が始まるんです？みたいな。
Tell me what's going on, man. Yeah. Tell him it works, and you've seen Mayashi get killed, and we want to do everything we can to protect her. Daru likes his girls from Nyan. He will protect them. At least that's my thoughts.
マユリが殺される。
There we go. He's listened to me for once. They're going to kill Mayuri.
は？
What?
セルンが本気を出してきたんだ。あと2時間で奴らは襲撃をかけてくる。だからお前は逃げろ。
CERN's after us. In 2 hours, the men will break in and kill Mayuri. Get out while you still can.
え？マジ？
What? For real?
クリスと連絡を取れるか？あいつにもそう伝えるんだ。
Can you get in touch with Karisu? Pass the message on to her.
あと2時間って、なんでオカリンはそれを知ってるわけよ。
In 2 hours? How do you know that? Daru pauses for a moment. He looks towards the development room, where the time leak machine is sitting.
まさか、使ったん？
No way! You used it? I nod gravely. I kick Daru out of the lab and send him home. He promised to call Karisu for me and tell her to stay at her hotel, but a few minutes later, she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I manage to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. I thought about looking for her, but it's too risky. We could miss each other like we did at the shrine. Better to wait here, in front of the building. While waiting, I try to convince myself that everything will be okay. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about an hour before Moeka's attack. In an hour, we could ride the bullet train from Tokyo Station to Shizuoka. Is that the best plan? Maybe we should get off at Yokohama and lay low in a hotel for a while. I can think about what comes next after Mayuri's safe. The time leak machine doesn't matter. Moeka can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. Why don't you just disassemble the time leak machine now? You've got an hour. Break it down. Break it down, grab Mayuri, and then disappear. It's not difficult. And because I've said it's not difficult, that's going to be impossible in this world line, because I know the way the game's mechanics work. Sweat accumulates on my forehead and rolls down my face. Hurry back, Mayuri. Here comes Suzuha, I'm guessing.
あれ？
Huh? Startled, I turn towards the voice. Suzuha and Mr Braun have emerged from the Braun Tube workshop. I see them lock the door. Guess they're closing up shop. That's right. I forgot about Suzuha.
岡部倫太郎、 そこで何してんの？
What are you doing here? Okabe rinse her out.
いや
Nothing. That reminds me. During the attack, she took down 5 armed commandos in the blink of an eye. I still can't believe it. Where does an 18-year-old girl learn to move like that? And then there was her strange behaviour immediately before the attack. She left as soon as she heard about the bomb threat. All as if she knew something was going to happen. And finally, there's that business with her father. Everything about her is a mystery. Who is Amane Suzuha?
あ、わかっちゃった。今日宴会やるらしいから、その準備でしょ？
Oh, I know! You're getting ready for that party tonight, aren't you?
それを誰から聞いた？
How did you know we're having a party?
椎名真由里、さっき顔見せて、ぜひ来てねって言ってたよ。
Sheena Mayuri. She came by earlier today to invite me over.
つうわけで、私もお邪魔することに。
Hope you got room for one more, cause I'm...
ダメだ。
You can't!
もしかして、私邪魔だった？
Am I a bother?
いや
No.
まあ、私もラボ面にしてもらったとはいえ、所詮は部外者だしね。
It's okay. I understand. I guess I'm still an outsider. Time for a new save here, because it sounds like he's just managed to get Suzuha out of the game. And if that's the case, Mayashi's getting shot and she ain't coming back.
そうじゃなくてだな。
That's not it.
んだよ、岡部。う
What's wrong with you, Okabe?
ちのバイトも仲間に入れてやれ。おめえはこいつに借りがあるんだろ。こいつのへそのおかげで、おめえらビル揺らすのも一応許してやったんだからな。
Let my part-timer join your little club. You owe her, remember? It's thanks to her belly that I let you off the hook for the shaking the building last time.
へそって、おーい。
My belly? Hey! Suzuha has recovered her jacket. She's properly dressed now.
このバイト、なかなかいいへそだったぜ。
Ugh.
腹回りがしっかり鍛えてあって、キュッと引き締まってたな。
I am not reading that out.
エロ親父、本人前にして語らないでよ。
I'm standing right here, you dirty old man.
今日の宴会は中止だ。だからバイト選手よ。悪いが今日は帰ってくれ。
The party is cancelled. I'm sorry, part-time warrior, but please go home today.
中止なの？
Cancelled?
ああ、すまない。
Yeah, sorry. I attempt to smile, but with little hope of success.
岡部、何をしてんのかともかく、いざとなったら無茶だけはすんなよ。
I don't know what's going on, Okabe, but don't do anything reckless. Huh? It's weird to have him give me advice. I thought he was just a dirty old man who loves CRTs. Maybe he's sharper than I thought. Or maybe he's just telling me to stop shaking the building.
まゆりと喧嘩をしましてね。ちょっと参ってるんです。それだけですよ。
I got in a fight with Mayuri. Things are a little complicated right now. That's all. It's the best lie I can manage.
あ、じゃあまずいんじゃない？
Nice line there from Suzuha. Very nice line indeed. Oh, is there going to be blood? Blood?
だってほら、あそこに。
I mean, look over there. Suzuha points across the street. I turn to look. To my surprise, there's Mayuri walking up the street with a big bag. When she notices us, she waves her hand with a ditzy smile. Mayuri! Looking in the background of the art there, you can't see anyone immediately that matches the description, apart from maybe this creep here. But that's going to obviously been done on purpose, so that you're not supposed to spot them on the street.
あれ？喧嘩したんじゃないの？すごい笑顔だけど。
Huh? Weren't you fighting? She looks really happy to see you. I ignore Suzuha and run to Mayuri. The clock on my phone says 6:33.
ちょっと、どうしたのよ？
Hey, where are you going? I wasted precious time talking to Suzuha.
Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far away from Akiba as we can.
オカリン、そんなに急いでどこ行くの？
What's the rush, Okabe?
I ignore her question and grab her hand.
走れ、駅に行く。
Run to the station!
あ、
What?
待って、荷物が。
Wait, my bag!
叶うな。とにかく走るのだ。
Forget it! Just run!
なんで？
Why?
いいから走ってくれ。
Just run! I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her. I won't. Mayuri gives no further resistance. She follows obediently, quickly matching my pace. I forgot that she's faster on her feet than I am, which at the moment is probably useful, Okabe. It's probably useful that she's faster on her feet. And again, you could feel his frustration for once. He's finally got some kind of likability to him in this chapter. He's like, just run to get out of here. I've not got time to do my mad scientist shtick. Just fucking run. Maybe it's because he's actually finally following my advice, just getting out of there.
行くの？
Hey, where are we going?
そうだな。とりあえず、筑波が横浜あたりに。
First we'll head for Tsukuba or Yokohama. I'm already gasping for air. Mayuri, however, might as well be strolling along for all the difficulties she's having. How can she be so ditzy yet so athletic at the same time? The sun has already set, but the sky is still a mix of indigo and orange. That's quite nice flow lines they've got on the back parts of the floor here. It's quite nicely drawn, that. We run through streets lit by dazzling shops. Everything will be fine once we make it onto the train. I hold this thought in my mind as we run. I'm already exhausted. Mayuri practically has to drag me along to keep going.
少しね、休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな。
Shouldn't we rest a bit?
電車に乗るまでは走り続けろ。
No stopping until we're on the train. I do my best to keep up the pace.
でもね、オカリンすごい汗だよ。運動苦手なのにね、無理すると。
But Okabe, you're covered in sweat. You shouldn't push yourself. You're not good at exercise.
Ouch, savage from Mayuri there. The cutesy idol girl who works in the maid cafe is the one who starts telling him that he's not athletic. But the thing is, the Akiba station is where they had the bomb threat. So they probably just run straight into the hands. And where was it they always ran into Moeka? The train station. When we reach the station, I realise that something is wrong. The station is packed. Seriously packed. You don't see this many people even at rush hour. The crowd is milling around the entrance. For some reason, it looks like no one is going in. What's going on here? A protest? Some kind of street performance? I don't have time for this. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA.
現在山手線、京浜東北線、総武線すべて運転を見合わせております。
Your attention please. The Yamanote, Keihin Tohoku and Sobu lines are currently suspended.
お急ぎのお客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけしておりますが、何卒ご理解のほど。
We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and kindly ask for your cooperation. Finally, I realized my mistake. That's right. Before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there's so many people running around. In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot. How could I have been so stupid?
どうしたんだろうね。
I wonder what happened.
All the train lines are stopped. We can't escape Akiba. Yes you can. You're on foot. I've been to Hakihabara. There are plenty of ways out. There are plenty of ways out. You don't have to just use the trains, you know. Yeah, I mean, again, you say you wave away the error by your panic, and it's totally understandable, Queen. Again, this is where I'm different. I'd have been like, the bomb threat was what covered it, so stay away from the stations, give them nothing. But again, that's just how I'm wired. What about other means of public transportation? The subway or the bus? Should we go to another station? I turn around and head back the way we came, keeping a firm grip on Mayuri's hand. But before we get more than a few steps, a man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way. I realise that we're surrounded.
Okabe Rintaro だな。
Okabe Rinsaro? A low voice. A face I've never seen. He's not one of the 5 who broke into the lab.
この人たち知り合い？
Okabe, do you know these people? Mayuri grips my arm tightly as she looks anxiously at the men.
一緒に来てもらおうか。
Come with us.
誰だ？
Who are you? Instead of answering, the man makes a grab for my arm. I jerk away and try to escape, but the men move to block us again.
抵抗するな、殺す。
If you resist, we'll kill you.
セルンか？
Son! There with Morika? She must have planned for this in advance. Yep, she did tell you that they had men all the way through Akihiba. A chill runs up my spine. We made a terrible mistake when we hacked into CERN. I realise that now. It was far too late.
これだけ大勢の人がいる中で殺せるのか？
You're gonna kill us with all these witnesses around?
冗談だと思わない方がいい。
This isn't a game. I feel something cold against my back. I don't realise what it is at first. Then it hits me. A gun. I gulp. My blood goes cold. Am I going to die here? Will my time leaping be for naught? No, I can't give up. I won't let Mayuri die. I won't accept the future. But how do I get out of this? The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. The situation is quickly becoming chaotic. Suddenly, a fight breaks out nearby. It looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. This could be our chance. A tide of people surges into us, knocking the man behind me off balance. No! I quickly turn and strike the man's hand aside. His gun falls away. Then the man gets swallowed by the crowd.
マユリ、逃げるぞ！
Run, Mayuri! I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. Yep. Time to leap onto an old theory. I think I'll put it on this one. Save's coming. It's always good. We have to fight our way through the crowd, but it also thwarts our pursuers. As soon as we reach the main street, we start running back towards the lab. Why? Why are you going back to the lab? Of course, we can't return to the lab itself. Moeka's group will be there shortly. Is the subway still running? If we get on a Suehiro station, we can take the Ginza line to Shibuya. From there we can grab a train heading out of Tokyo. I still haven't recovered from my exhaustion. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. We can't stop now. I have to keep running. And also I got this weird kind of Daft Punk music playing in my ears at the moment. Hey, check it out. Kiyotaka Ishimaru. I don't think it's a Danganronpa reference, because I'm pretty sure this game came out before Danganronpa. But yeah, Ishimaru's in this game. It doesn't take long before a new obstacle appears. 4 men walking together up ahead suddenly stop and turn to face us. I've got a bad feeling about this. They don't look like Otaku. Are they with CERN too? My fears are confirmed when the 4 men start walking towards us, arms spread to block the street. No doubt about it, they're after us too. I turn and flee back towards the station, and there I see the first group of men closing in behind us. We're trapped. Enemies on both sides. There's only one choice. I grab Mayuri and make for the nearby side street. Where another group's waiting? Now they're back at the train station area again. Where are we going, Okabe? I'm trying to get to Suehiro station without using the main streets. Suehiro, that's it. Suehiro. I say it's been a long time since I've spoken long Japanese words like that, so I kind of forgot them. But as we pass UPX, several men on the bridge point at us and shout something. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have? We turn back and change course.
いいか、マユリ、お前の方が足が速いから。
Okay, Mayuri, you're up faster. Run us so. Talking while running used all of my breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, making it hard to see.
お前だけでも逃げろ。はぐれたら袋の岸文字に行け。そこで
You, go on ahead! Go to Hariti Shrine in Ikebukuro! We'll meet! Before I finish, I catch sight of another group of men waiting for us up ahead. What's going on? Okabe! I look back. The group from before us chasing us was surrounded by enemies. The familiar streets of Akiba are filled with agents of CERN. I recall what Moeka said. You have nowhere to run. We have men stationed throughout Akihabara. Despair seizes my heart. Is escape impossible? We're just kids playing at science in the safety of our tiny lab. Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. Were we doomed from the start? No. No matter what, we must get away. Leading Mayuri by the hand, I push my way to the crowd, then jump the fence onto the road. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. I come to a stop several meters away. My body is racked with intense pain. I've been hit by a car. I don't want to describe what it was like. A red curtain covers my eyes. I try to brush it off, and my hand comes away slick with blood. I grip my teeth against the pain and lift my head. Mayuri is lying on the pavement a few meters away. I reach out to her. Mayuri! No response. Mayuri is motionless. No. Did the impact kill her? Mayuri! This can't be happening. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up. The door opens and out steps Moeka. I've stopped them. Kiryu Moeka. Her again. She knew the exact moment to be here in order to run over poor Mayuri. I've secured Okabe-kun. Okabe Rinsaro. She's talking to someone on her phone. Has she been tracking us this whole time? Contact the police. Sheena Mayuri is dead. She looks down at me with eyes cold enough to freeze my blood. Why? Why did you kill her? Because she ran. You monster! Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at Moeka. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. I stand up and look around. Moeka is dazed and unable to stand, but I see CERN agents making their way towards us through the crowd. I've got to get out of here. I take a step. Sharp pain stabs through my body. The crash must have broken a bone in my leg. Doesn't matter. I have to get to the lab and time leap again. That's the only way to save Mayuri. I look back at the site of the accident. Moeka is slowly regaining her feet, but Mayuri remains limp and motionless on the road. It breaks my heart to leave Mayuri lying there, but I have no choice. I have to go. Back to the lab. Fighting the pain of my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back to the lab. Surprisingly, CERN's men didn't chase me. Nobody's at the lab when I arrive. Only the lights are still on. Relieved that Carissa and Daru haven't returned, I head straight to the development room. The TV's not turned on. Oh, I remember to break into the Braun 2 workshop to turn on the 42-inch CRT. My body is drenched in sweat, and I can't stop shivering. Everything hurts, especially my right side, where the car hit me. Yeah, Quio say it's a good thing he didn't disassemble the time leak machine. Well, this is the thing. It would have been a change to history, but the fact of the matter is, he didn't think like I did. If he'd have thought like I did, he wouldn't have been bothered. Because my way would have got him out of it without any problem. I had a different thought process. Saying they need the time leak machine. If you disassemble it and go, you can take it if you want, it's fucking useless to you. If I'm not careful, I might lose consciousness. My vision is blurry. It's hard to focus. My left arm is numb and can barely move. But still, I force myself to activate the X68000 and input the settings. I'm gasping for breath like a wounded animal. The sound of my heartbeat fills my ears. Mayuri. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry. Choking back my tears, I frantically pound on the keyboard. Police sirens echo in the distance. Moeka hit Mayuri in front of hundreds of witnesses. They'll probably take her in for questioning. Even if CERN bails her out somehow, she should be stuck for at least a couple of hours. The real problem is her men. Those mercenaries, or whatever they were, CERN's hit squad. Why didn't they come after me? It should have been easy for them to catch me, injured as I am. I need to hurry. If they show up here, they'll kill me for sure. Settings complete. I put on the headgear. I'll get blood on it, but that doesn't matter. A surge of anxiety washes over me. What if the time leap fails? What if my memories are corrupted? I might forget who I am. I might lose myself. Should I really use the machine? Of course I should. I curse my weakness. Mayuri's dead, remember? This can't be allowed to happen. No risk is too great. I will save Mayuri, whatever it takes. I alone have the power to change the past. What am I waiting for? Swallowing my fear, I activate the time leak machine. So it looks like we're going back in time again. So what's he going to do this time? Is he going to actually do something about the actual room, maybe? Oh, we've gone back even further. We've actually gone back even earlier. Ugh! A screeching in my ears, needles stabbing into my brain, 1,000 emotions flooding my senses. The world bends, pulses, then returns to normal. The pain of my wounds has vanished like magic, replaced by a piercing pain in my brain. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. I'm sitting on the sofa with my phone to my ear. So automatically we've already had a big change already. He's now on the sofa, not stood in the room by the machine. And the time is earlier. Another successful time leap. That makes 3. It looks like the time machine leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Karisu's confidence if I told her. But that will have to wait until Mayuri's out of danger. But if you focus on Mayuri, you're going to put Karisu and Daru in danger. I stand up and look around the lab. Where's Mayuri? Karisu, who was dozing off next to me, wakes up with a jerk at the sound of my voice. Don't shout! I've been working all night, so let me rest a bit. Where is Mayuri? What's wrong with you? She went to Lukashi's, remember? Damn, she already left? I should call or send a mail. I need to get in touch with her somehow. Mayuri went to see someone after leaving the shrine. The question is who? Think. Consider every possibility. Damn, why did I forget?
Before I time leaped, I should have asked Mayuri where she was today. I'm not thinking straight. I have to calm down. Wait, I know. Last time, we failed because we went to Akihabara Station. I should have known that CERN would be watching. This time we'll take a taxi to another station, then hide somewhere until things calm down. For now, all I can do is wait for Mayuri to return. It's driving me crazy. And yet, if he jumps in the taxi driver will be one of CERN. Lock his doors, and you're captured. Think about it, they're an evil corporation that are spying on people, designed to kidnap them. I would have taxi drivers in my pay. I would have hotel concierges in my pay. I would have cops in my pay. You have to rely on absolutely nobody but yourself. You have to get somewhere on your own power. That's the way out of this. And how do you do that? You steal Suzuha's bike, and you have Mayuri ride in tandem. That's how you get out of this. I consider explaining the situation to Karisu and Daru, but I just don't have the strength to do that right now. Oh, so you're gonna get them captured and killed. Nice one. Besides, I don't want to get them involved. Yeah, so you're just gonna leave them here to get captured by CERN. Great idea. I'll take care of it myself. I won't let any more of my friends die. As before, the Braun Tube workshop closes early. Mayuri appears as Suzuha and Mr Braun are leaving. We run through Kanda Myojin's backstreets to Ochinamizu Station, taking only minimal precautions to avoid attracting attention. We have to get there before the Sobu line shuts down. We manage to make it to the station without being stopped. But when we get there, I see a group of men waiting by the entrance. They look like CERN. Change of plans. We turn around and head for Shin Ochinamizu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. I don't usually come here, so I got lost. Interestingly, they've actually not quite got the style. They've taken a bit of the style from London with the curved walls. From memory, I don't know if the Japanese subway lines had those. In fact, it almost looks like New York, the New York subway station as well, with the pillars. Then again, I didn't use the subway much when I was in Tokyo. I mostly used overland trains, so I might be misremembering that one. I stare nervously at the platform clock. According to the scrolling display, the Yamanote, Keihin Tohoku, and Sobu lines have already suspended operations. Wait, it looks like the Kyoto line has too. It must be protocol to assume that nearby stations may be threatened, even stations on unconnected lines. Damn! Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behaviour. This is the third time I've led her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. So Ontario has curved walls, but yours have the subway stations too. Maybe it's just a uniform design. No, for trains maybe. Well, subway trains even. Does she really trust me that much? Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leap as many times as it takes. Mayuri tilts her head quizzically. I realise that I'm staring at her. Okabe, Mayushi has a lot of questions, but she'll wait for now. But once it's over, I want you to tell me everything, okay? Yeah, I promise. Mayuri smiles happily at that answer. Yep, she's gonna get her answers, that's the most important thing for her. That's right. While we wait for the train, I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts today. If I have to leap again, I'll need all the information I can get. Where did you go after you saw Lukaku? I got an email from Fubuki-chan. A thread came loose on her costume. I went to fix it.
吹雪ちゃんというのはどこに住んでいる？
Where does Fubuki-chan live?
住んでるっていうかね、今ちょうど UPX のスタベまで来てたのです。
We met at the Starbucks at UPX. Yeah, Starbucks. It's obviously Starbucks. But I don't have to worry about this because I'm not making any money by using their name here. And I'm not monetized on the stream either, so all's good. So that's where she was. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA system. The subway is resuming normal operations. About 20 minutes have passed since we arrived. I didn't expect to be stuck here that long, but it's okay. And I'm calling it now. The subway train doors are going to open, and the guys are going to be there to grab them. Because in Japan, their trains, both on the subway and the overland, have markings on the platform for the doors, and they hit their marks every single time, without fail. They actually have maps that says if you go in for the south exit on this station, you want to be in car 11. If you go in for the north, you want to be in car 2. And the drivers hit the marks every single time. And I get the feeling that's what they're going to do here. Use what car door it is to get out and meet them. If they do that, I'll be impressed. Because that's how I'd do it if I was there with my knowledge of Japan. Right now, Moeka should be in Akihabara, heading to the lab. Everything is going to be alright. While waiting for the train, I examined the route map on the station's notice board. We can transfer to an overland train at Yoyogi Uehara. It'll take a while, but that will take us all the way to Odawara. Odawara, by the way, is a really nice little rural place. It's a proper old school beach with black pebbles. Also has a really nice castle, but unfortunately when I was last there, it was being repaired, so I couldn't go and see it. Another announcement. Our train is announcing. I can hear the rumbling and see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. I reach for her hand, meaning to make a dash for the train when the doors open. But I guess there's no hurry now. I let my hand fall to my side, empty. Do not let go. Do not let go. You've made a critical error there, dude. The roar comes closer. About the party tonight? Mayuri is saying something. I can't quite hear her over the train. It got cancelled, but we should definitely... Mayuri! Suddenly, Mayuri disappears. Huh? She's been knocked onto the tracks. There she is, leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance, as if she stumbled or someone pushed her. She seems to hang there for a moment and the train comes screeching into the station. Sorry to say I called. The moment he said he let her hand go, I knew that was going to happen. So it's not gone the way I expected it to do, but I was right. It's to do with the way the drivers hit the marks. As soon as he said he let her hand fall, I knew then we get hit by the train. That's why I said he's made a critical error. I hear a sound from under the train. I can't describe it, but it makes me instantly nauseous. Sparks fly as the train slams on its brakes. The people on the platform scream. I turn to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl. Tiny, adorable. A cute black rabbit pouch slung over her shoulder. Tennoji Nae. She looks up at me. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble. Oh my god, get that fucking... That is creepy! Those... Oh, what the hell is that? What on earth is that? I know you're trying to draw someone who's seen something horrifying, but that's one of the scariest images I've ever seen. What in the unholy name of ass is that? Hi. So, Mayuri. I wanted to surprise her. It wasn't. It wasn't on purpose. It was. She stares at me for a few seconds,
as if waiting for me to say something, then turns and runs away. Hey, you say that's the game being mean, Queen? Well, you're not wrong. That's nightmare fuel. That is one of the most horrifying images I've ever seen in a game. So, don't have nightmares. Do sleep well. The platform is in chaos. The PA informs us that there's been a personal injury accident. Believe it or not, that's actually true. In Japan, whenever someone is... Unfortunately, it happens very, very often, this in Japan. It's the horrible, regrettable fact of what goes on. They actually have a special announcement that says, passenger injury, which is a euphemism for someone going in front of a train. That's actually true. Naya is already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. One side of the track is a wash of red. My mind is blank. I can't think. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Maleka's group should have come and gone, but the time leak machine is still here. Time for another save. Yep, and you say the little girl accidentally. As I say, there's something here that doesn't seem right. I guess I should be grateful. It takes longer than usual to settle the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. At last it's ready. Now, take me back. Are we going even earlier in time? Yeah, we are. We keep going back earlier and earlier and earlier. It's really fucking up the time loop. Every time we do it, we're warping back another half an hour. I reckon we're going to go all the way back to something silly like midnight at this rate. I reckon it's going to keep going. The leap occurs instantaneously. Traitor claimed that his time machine takes 1 hour of subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if ours has the same behaviour, but now is not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Kurisu, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Juicy chicken number one. Mayuri is singing her chicken song, and I apologise for that little singing head bopping thing there. Yes, and a Japanese pop idol I will never be. Be grateful for that. Though she's actually eating pre-cooked chicken from the convenience store instead of her usual juicy chicken number one. She had to switch because she can't warm up frozen chicken in the microwave, which is now a dedicated part of the time leak machine. I was right to come back 5 hours, so he's consciously made the choice. That explains that then. Mayuri is still in the lab. But what the hell happened back there? It hurts, but I force myself to recall that horrifying scene. Mayuri died again. And you know what, Queen? I think you're absolutely right. It's not Pikachu who needs a hug. It's me. The only annoying thing is Pikachu's ears caught my microphone pop filter, so I've had to make a slight adjustment there. Hopefully the sound's not too broken. Mayuri died again. This time, it happened at Shin Ochanomizu Station, a place completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Tenoji Nai pushed her onto the tracks, where the train tore her to shreds. Yep, Queen going hunting for your cat, I don't blame you. Whereas, Avian, you're like me. You think there's no changing it. There's no way to change it. Basically, there's an old theory that if you mess around with time, time messes around with you in order to bring it as close back to what happened. And I think that's what's going on. Ah, get that face off my fucking screen! Could Naya be working for CERN too? No. No, that can't be right. Naya has a habit of jumping on Mayuri and greeting. She's probably just being her usual affectionate self. But why did she choose that precise moment? I don't know. I sense malice. Whose malice? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on us. Whatever the case, all that matters now is that I have another chance. I need to act. I have the power to save Mayuri. I will do whatever it takes to find a way. This time, we hail a taxi on Chudo Diori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters now. Mayuri comes along quietly. I consider taking her home to Ikebukuro, but Morika's group might be watching her house. I have no idea where they are at this point in time. Yeah, Avian, advice for the kitty to run, because it's going to be a squeeze. Instead, I asked the driver to take us to Shinagawa. However, there'll be a problem on the roads. The traffic is unusually heavy, yep. The driver said it's never been this bad before. Again, take Suzuha's bike. The driver says it's never been this bad before. There must be an obstruction up ahead. An accident or something. That's the only explanation I can think of. We made it out of Akiba, but at this rate it will take forever to reach Shinagawa. I consider getting off here and taking the train, but then I remember what happened at Shin-Ochinamizu Station. I have a bad feeling about this. And at the moment, it's currently... That taxi there is a very cheap taxi. You see how it says 660 yen? In Tokyo, when I was there, the opening fare was 720 yen. So just getting into the cab was 720 yen. And then the taxi clocks up from there. The traffic jam could be CERN's doing. I look out of the window and scan the crowd for anyone who might be a CERN agent. 3 hours later, we're still stuck. Also, this cab driver's not a proper cab driver. He's not wearing gloves. Cab drivers in Japan wear gloves. According to a conversation I overheard between our driver and another driver, there's some kind of inspection up ahead. Inspection? Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be a police inspection, and a small fight broke out at the inspection site or something. To make matters worse, this road has been closed off, and all the cars behind us are being detoured. Well, the taxi ride that I did, I was there in 2009, and yes, I actually had a cab in 2009. They do it as a part of it. It's just one of the things that they do. The drivers, for whatever reason, they wear gloves. I'm not entirely sure why, to be honest. I think it's to do with passing of change and everything else. A lot of them wear masks as well. It's just the way that they worked. It was just their culture. There are only about 100 cars waiting, but the inspection has been at a standstill for 3 hours. This can't be a coincidence. Once again, I feel the malice of fate manipulating the situation. Is Mayuri going to die again? If I'd known it was going to turn out like this, I'd have ditched the taxi hours ago. It's not too late. I should pay the driver and get off right. Just then, someone knocks on the window. Our taxi is stopped in the middle of the road. What's going on? I look over, but before I can say anything, a man opens the rear door and gets in next to Mayuri. Eh? He's holding a knife. Another assassin! Mayuri, look out! Before she can reply, the man covers Mayuri's mouth with a large, meaty hand. I try to open my door, but it's locked. Only the driver can open it from the inside. What did I say earlier in the stream? For God's sake! In terms of the Fire Queen, I think it's been a flat thing for years. The 720 on the signs. I'll have to research that. Mayuri opens her eyes wide. Her body twitches. What?
It all happens too fast. The man sinks his knife into Mayuri's chest. A bright red spot stains her clothes. Right. I'm going to promote Pikachu to the chair. Because I'm going to need him nearby. What? Be quiet, Okabe Rinsaro. Another man gets into the passenger seat. He points a gun at the driver and says something to him. Strength drains from Mayuri's body. Her eyes slowly close. A tear rolls down her cheek. I watch her die inches away, powerless to stop it. I can feel her last breath against my skin. They killed her again. Why? Why? Why can't I save her? Why won't you let me save her? Who decided that Mayuri must die? Moeka? CERN? Or does the world itself wish for Mayuri's death? I will accept that. I clench my jaw and throw myself forward, driving my forehead into the killer's nose. He falls back. I shout to the driver, "Open the door!" I crawl out of the taxi and take off running through the traffic jam. After running for hours, I make it back to the lab. Luckily, the time leap machine is still there. So now I'm going to have the big hug. And as much as I'd like to keep Pikachu on my chair, I was hitting the microphone stand with it, and it was obstructing my obstruction of the controller. I have to leap again. We're going back to the same time? Slightly different time. Every time we run, Mayuri dies. 6 hours into the past, I clutch my head and rack my brain for an answer. I feel like I've hit a dead end. What do I do if we can't run away? Is there no way to save her? Well, what you could do is maybe have your fog machine, and then the moment that Moeka is in here, you turn it on. And then you make sure Suzuha is nearby to kick the shit out of them. If you're not going to run, turn it into a fortress. No, there has to be a way! What you talking about? Mayuri's blank stare is the only answer I get. This time, I take her to the closest police station and beg them to protect her. When asked why, I explain that someone is going to kill Mayuri 6 hours from now, but without any proof that there's someone after her, they have no choice but to turn us away. It's past 6 by the time we leave the station, and we're left with no choice but to keep running. I wish that I could blame my previous failures on bad luck. We could try Ochinamizu or Shinbash again, and maybe this time she won't die. But I don't have the courage to try those routes again. At the same time, we can't stay in Akiba. We're running out of options. Subways, trains, and taxis. All out. Attempting escape by those means will get Mayuri killed, so my heart tells me. Perhaps the fear is irrational, but I can't put it out of my mind. I've seen her die half a dozen times already. Shot, stabbed, torn to pieces. I can't go through that again. We take refuge in Yodobash Camera. I thought we could keep hiding there indefinitely, but just after 7, we hear an explosion in front of the station. Yodobash goes into chaos. Policemen appear and start evacuating the store. When I try to explain our situation, an officer shouts and pulls his gun. Yeah, I'm not saying that word. This can't be happening. This isn't America. Japanese police officers don't shoot without provocation. Mayuri dies. It happens so fast. The policeman shoots her right in the head. I don't know if it's a real policeman or a CERN assassin in disguise. It doesn't matter. I can't deny it any longer. The world itself is killing Mayuri. Now we're going back to half 2. This time, I don't leap into action immediately.
Instead, I sit on the couch and collect my thoughts. Every time I try to save Mayuri, it ends in the worst possible way. To make matters worse, I no longer even know what I'm supposed to be saving her from. Cause and effect. Why does Mayuri die? At first I thought that it was Moeka and a hit squad sent by CERN to steal our time machine. But as I leapt back in time again and again, the cause of Mayuri's death kept changing. At Shinochirimizu Station, she died because Nae pushed her off the platform. CERN had nothing to do with that. It was an accident. Ah, interesting, Queen. So the camera store scene didn't happen in Elite. Maybe they didn't want to animate it because of that. And again, Avian, it seems to suggest in the narrative you can't save her. And I get the feeling that's down to the answers given on the cell phone, to the messages. I get the feeling I'm on a path where she dies because of the answers I've chosen on the mobile phone. Each time I leap, she dies a different way. What does that mean? I've been thinking for an hour and I'm no closer to an answer. I want someone to tell me, but who can I ask? I'm the only person in history to leap through time. I don't think you are. No, there's one more. John Titor. But he's not replying to my emails anymore, and he hasn't posted on an channel in days. I'm not even convinced he's a real time traveller. I decide not to run this time. Instead, I take a different approach. Strike first. I send Moeka an email. I need to talk to you about our time machine. Meet me alone. I designate the roof of Radican as our meeting place. 2 weeks have passed since the satellite crashed, but it's still there, and the building's still closed. So how did you get inside? What do you mean, wrong 2 more? What do you mean by that, Avian? At least the security is lessened, so it's easy for me to sneak in. Not that there's any sneaking to do. I just walk in through the front door like I belong there. No one questions me. Last time I came here was for Dr. Nakabachi's presentation. Of course, on this world line, the presentation was cancelled. Naturally, there's nobody here but me. It occurs to me this is a dangerous gambit. Moeka might have a gun, and I already know she's willing to use it. But then I don't intend to play fair either. We're supposed to meet at 5:30. It's just after 5. I came in early in order to ambush her. I hide in the shadows and wait with bated breath. Ah, yeah, so you think John Titor and Suzuha? Yeah, I think Suzuha's a time traveller as well. It's possible Moeka's a time traveller too because of the way she turned up in the car. It's possible that she's also a time traveller as well. About 30 minutes later, I hear the door open. Moeka makes her entrance, alone. She looks around restlessly. She still hasn't noticed me. I take a gun out of my shirt. It's not real. It's future gadget number 1, the bit particle gun. It's just a toy ray gun with a remote control attached. Obviously a bluff, but all I could prepare on short notice. I run up behind Moeka and shove the bit particle gun into her back. Don't move. Hands up. Just like a Hollywood movie. But this isn't a movie. This is real. And she isn't an actress. She's a murderer. After Moeka raises her hands, I feel through her clothes. Sure enough, she's carrying a gun. I take it from her and press it to Moeka's back in place of the bit particle gun. Sorry to disappoint you. The first gun was a toy. Talk. I know you were sent by CERN. How? How? You want to know how? My frustration and rage boil over. Because of her. Because of her, Mayuri. I came from the future, that's how!
冗談だと思っているのか。だが俺はすでに4、5回は同じ時間を繰り返してきた。
You think I'm lying? I've repeated the last several hours a half dozen times already. I've lost count of how many times exactly. For a guy who always told Karisu that you can't let your emotions get in the way, he's not very good at it, is he? Not that that's a surprise to anybody who's watched the rest of the stream so far. And I haven't slept at all in that entire time. Strangely, I'm not tired at all.
だからこれからお前たちが何をするかも知っている。
I know what you're planning.
7時過ぎに電車が止まる。爆破予告のせいでな。
Around 7, you're going to stop the trains. Moeka gasps. So it was their doing.
お前と仲間たちが今日ラブを襲撃することも知っている。
I also know that you're planning to attack the lab. You and your men.
そこでお前がマユリを殺すこともだ。
And then you're going to kill Mayuri.
私も
I...
理解したか。俺がタイムリーパーだと。
Understand? I'm a time leaper. Moeka nods faintly. I could kill her now. It'd be easy. But no. I need information.
お前たちはセルンの何なんだ。
Who are you people?
ラウンダー
Rounders. Moeka answers with surprising obedience. I guess she values her own life, even though she has no problem depriving other people of theirs.
ラウンダー一体どういう組織なんだ。セルンとの関係性は。
Rounders? What does that mean? How are you related to CERN?
メールで
By email.
ダメだ。口頭で説明しろ。
No! Speak!
ラウンダーは
The Rounders
セルンとは別組織。
are an organization separate from CERN.
公には出てこない。
Covert operations.
そういう扱い。
We don't exist.
秘密の傭兵部隊か。
Like a private army?
違う。
No.
IBN5100。
Our mission
その情報収集と回収のため
is to find and acquire IBN 5100s.
世界中に散らばって
They send us around the world.
それを集める。
We collect them. IBN 5100s? That's right. When I met her, she was looking for an IBN 5100. These days they're nearly impossible to find. People will pay millions just to own one. Is that because CERN has been hunting them down?
ラウンダーの規模は。
How many rounders are there? I say he's being quite firm and aggressive here, getting the information from her, isn't he? But all this time he's left Mayuri on her own. So unless he's planning to get a load of information and actually allow her to die and jump back, which is ruthlessly efficient. And if that's what he does, I'm going to have a strange admiration for him. Because that's the kind of detachment that I can sometimes get.
答えろ。
Answer me.
知らない。
I don't know.
まただから
I'm just an agent. So she's not important enough to be told.
俺が手に入れた IBN5100 を盗んだのもやはりお前だな。
Was it you who stole our IBN 5100? Moeka doesn't answer.
なぜ IBN5100 の情報を。ハッキング対策か。
Why does CERN need IBN 5100s? To keep hackers out?
機密保持
Maintaining secrecy
最も優先すべき事項だから。
is the highest priority
セルンの
for CERN.
一体何が隠されている。
What are they hiding?
タイムトラベルの人体実験やその実験で何百人と殺しているという情報は普通の PC でもハッキングで見ることができた。
We already know they've killed hundreds of test subjects with their time travel experiments. We didn't need an IBN 5100 to find that out.
IBN5100 で構築されたデータベースには それ以上の極秘情報があるというのか。
Are you saying the IBM 5100 database has information more sensitive than that?
知らない。
I don't know.
末端だからか。
Because you're just an agent? My tone is sarcastic, but Moeka nods. She's useless.
なぜラボを襲った。いや、お前にとってはこれから襲うか。
Why did you attack the lab? Or rather, why will you attack the lab?
分かっているはず。
Isn't it obvious?
セルにもハッキングをしたからか。
Because we hacked into CERN?
理由は3つ。
3 reasons.
1つは知ったから。君たちが
First, because of what you know.
知ってはいけないこと。
We were ordered to silence you. So, CERN did know about the hacking.
それとタイムマシン。
Second, for the time machine.
君たちが作った。
The one you made. They want our time machine. CERN must be trying to monopolize time travel technology.
決定的だったのは
Third, the reason it happens today.
君たちがそのタイムマシンを世間に公表しようとしたこと。
You plan to make your time machine public. How does she know that? We made that decision right after the time leap machine was completed. That was only a few hours ago.
だから全員を拘束。
That's why I was ordered to take you in.
Which suggests that there is an agent spying on them.
拘束。マユリを殺したではないか。
Take us in! You killed Mayuri!
あの子は必要ない。
She is unnecessary. Unnecessary.
I nearly pulled the trigger.
タイムマシンを作ったのは君とマキセと橋田だから。
Okabe, Makise, Hashida, you made the time machine.
あの子は殺しても構わない。
She is expendable.
そう言われた。
Those are my orders.
俺たちを拘束してどうするつもりだった。
And after you take us in, what then?
セルンの施設に監禁してタイムマシン実用化の研究を。
CERN will hold you prisoner, force you to complete their time travel research.
そうやってこれまでにもセルン以外のタイムマシン研究を潰してきたんじゃないか。
Have you done this before? How many lives have you ruined for CERN's research?
私は回収しろと言われただけ。
Oh god, she's going for the Nuremberg defense.
I do as I'm told.
お前のことを一瞬でも仲間にした俺が間違いだった。
I was a fool to consider you my friend.
セルンのためすべて
I live for CERN.
FB の命令すべて
I live for FB.
何でもやる。 FB の指示。
I'll do anything if FB tells me to.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything that's possibly had FB on the log. Because I'm trying to piece together what FB could mean. Because obviously it's not the Rounders, we know that much. I'm just taking a quick scroll back. Yeah, it's not the bit particle gun. So it definitely ain't that. I get the feeling I'm missing something and I don't know what it is. And I hate missing things. I don't like it. I get the feeling I'm missing some key information. But I'm not seeing anything immediately obvious in my log, which is annoying. Yeah. I'll wait to see if it comes out and tells me. Let's give it time.
FB? Is that the name of her supervisor?
岡部君。
Unless it means Braun. Braun Tube Workshop, something Braun. That'd lead me to also explain why Suzuha starts working there. The only thing is, if Suzuha's one of them, why did she stop them and allow him to time leap? That doesn't fit the narrative. There's another game being played here, and I don't know who it is. Okabe-kun,
君なの
is it you?
ジョン・タイターは
Are you John Titor?
何
What? John Titor?
考えられない君しか
There's no one else it could be. Me?
何をバカな
I don't have time for this. I did the gun into Moeka's back.
それより知りたくなかったら今すぐにお前の仲間とそれと FB とやらに連絡しろラボ襲撃は中止だと
If you want to live, you'll call your friends. Call FB. Cancel the attack. Moeka shakes her head.
そんな権限ない
I don't have the authority.
知ったことか権限の残ろうが何とかするんだでないと
I don't care. Find some way to stop the attack. Otherwise,
殺す
I'll kill you. I can't do it. I'm not a killer. My hands are trembling, just like Moeka's were before she shot Mayuri.
殺したんだ
Why? Why did you kill her? She was hesitating. She didn't want to pull the trigger, but she did.
お前もあんなことしたくなかったんだろうなのになんで
You didn't want to kill her, did you? So why?
私は
I
従うだけ
just obey.
FB に
FB.
だったらその FB とかいうやつをここに連れてこい
Then bring that son of a bitch here! Moeka shakes her head again.
そっちの事情なんて知ったことじゃないと
I don't care about your authority. If you don't do what I say...
無理なの
I can't.
FB に会ったことは
I've never... Something hard stabs into my back. A chill runs through my body. There's someone behind me.
銃を捨てろ
Drop the gun! A man's voice. Is he with Moeka?
あいつキリュウモエか
You lied! Kiryu Moeka! I'm ready to pull the trigger in cold blood.
二人だけで会うと約束しただろ
We promised to meet alone! Moeka doesn't answer.
いいから銃を捨てろ
I said drop the gun!
だから誰も殺すな
I'll give you the time machine. Just don't kill anyone.
だとしても
Even if you do that. Even though I'm still pointing the gun at her, Moeka turns away, steps away and turns to face me. Her eyes are cold, her expression unreadable.
監禁して
You'll still be held prisoner.
二度と出されない
Forever. Moeka takes the gun from my hand. I'm unable to resist. Please.
ハッキングのことを謝るから誰も殺さないでくれ
I'm sorry about the hacking. Just please don't kill anyone. Something strikes the back of my head. My legs give out instantly, sending me to the ground. Darkness creeps in.
ターゲット B を確保開始を頼む
Target B in custody. Requesting pickup. Deep down, I knew. I can't save Mayuri. Even if Moeka's group doesn't kill her, someone or something else will. The world itself wants her dead. That is the choice of Steins Gate. Steins Gate. There's no such thing. Those words have no meaning. It's just some nonsense I made up to sound cool. Steins Gate doesn't exist. But fate does. Fate. God. The will of the universe. An absolute force that no one can resist. It exists. And it has sentenced Mayuri to death. I wake up in the back of a station wagon. The windows are coated with black foam, so I can't tell where we are. I feel a throwing pain in the back of my head. My hands are tied behind me. What time is it? How long have I been unconscious? There's a man with me inside the car. I recognise him from a previous time leap. He's the one who stabbed Mayuri in the taxi. Yep. The fact that he mentioned him by name told me that he was definitely involved in the stabbing of Mayuri. He mentioned Mintaro's name. The man seems to notice I've woken up, but he doesn't speak. He just waves his gun menacingly, as if to say that there's no hope of escape. The dashboard clock reads 7:30. I look out the window again. Through the film, I manage to make out a street sign. We're close to the lab. Has the attack already happened? Before I left, I told everyone, including Mayuri, to run. If she did as I said, she won't die by their hands. But that doesn't mean she's safe. If I don't do something, Moeka's going to take the time leap machine away. What will happen then? Sun can have the machine if it will save Mayuri. The problem is that it won't. Not when the world itself is determined to kill her. As long as the time leap machine remains in my hands, I can keep trying to fix things. I'll leap again and again until I find a way to save her. But if I lose the machine, then the future is decided. A future without Mayuri. I have to get to it before they do. Even if that means I might get shot. As long as I survive to reach the time leap machine, everything will be alright. My bound hands limit me to headbutts and kicks, but I somehow manage to knock down the man guarding me and escape. My chest and neck are covered with blood. I must have been shot during the struggle, but thanks to the adrenaline pumping through my body, I can barely feel any pain. I can still move, that's all that matters. I roll up the stairs with my hands tied. I can only pray that I'll be able to operate the time leap machine quickly enough. Mayuri, Kurisu and Daru are in the lab. So are Moeka and her men. When I open the door and burst in, everyone looks at me in surprise. Okabe! When she sees my tattered body, Mayuri runs up to me with tears in her eyes. Wait! I try to stop her. In the corner of my eye, I see Moeka take aim at Mayuri. I try to put myself between them. I try to cover Mayuri with my body. But a man grabs me from behind and pulls me back. I watch, helpless, as Mayuri's tiny body drops to the floor. Her eyes, wide and wet with tears, seem to stare into mine. But I can see that they have already lost their light. She's gone. Again. Again. Again! What happens next is the same as before. Suzuha defeats the Rounders, and Carissa helps me time leap. We're going back to 5 to 5 this time, so we're going back slightly later in the day. A flood of sound beats on my eardrums. When it subsides, I find myself again in the lab. It's just before 5. I have 2.5 hours before Mayuri dies. I find myself staring at the time leap machine. This thing is the reason for Moeka's attack. If only we had never built the phone wave. If only we had never sent those D-mails. Perhaps the future might be different, instead of the nightmare it promises now. Would anything change if I broke it? Just smashed it to pieces right here? In a rush of delirium, I grab a chair and lift it high over my head. Just as I'm about to bring it crashing down on this infernal machine, a voice cries out.
Okabe, nani shittenno yo?
Stop! Okabe, what are you doing? Carissa grabs my arm and pulls me back.
Ima, kowasou to shita.
Are you trying to break the machine?
Nani mo kowasanaku tte.
You don't have to break it, Okabe.
タイムリープはしない。そう決めたんだから、それでいいでしょ?
We already decided not to experiment, remember?
とにかく椅子を下ろして。
Anyway, put the chair down. I lower the chair slowly. Not because Kurisu told me to, but because I realised what would happen if I really did break the machine. It caused, or will cause, Mayuri's death, but at the same time, it is also my only chance of averting that future. If I lose it, I lose my only hope of saving her. The fear of the outcome stayed my hand.
顔色悪いな。どうしたのよ?
You look pale. What's wrong?
聞いてんの?
Are you listening? I can't deal with this. Not now!
ちょっと!
Wait! I flee from the lab. I don't have a particular destination in mind. People look at me strangely as I shuffle down the street. I imagine I must look like I crawled up from the grave. Soon, I get fed up with the crowd around the station and escape to the pedestrian overpass. I get about halfway across the bridge and squat down on the concrete. The giant screen on the UPX building is advertising some gothic punk band. The ticker at the bottom displays today's weather forecast, along with the date and time. I realise that today is Friday the 13th. Is there no way to get through today without Mayuri dying? It's already 5:30, 2 hours until the attack. The lights around the Kiabara station turn on one by one as the sun sets. And yep, that Queen, that was a cop car in my background. I ignored it this time. I'm sick of telling them to fuck off because they're clearly not going to go away. The moe might be gone from Akiba, but the area around the station is still as posh as ever. I don't belong here. The bridge I'm sitting on has become a date spot for couples. I see them standing here and there, gazing at the cityscape with their arms wound around each other. Somehow they never seem to tire of the dull, unchanging scenery. What am I doing here? Miyuri's about to die!
そこの地べたに座ってるドキュン男。
Hey, don't you think you're a little old to be sitting on the ground in public? I lift my head and see Kurisu standing there.
いきなり飛び出したと思ったら、こんなところにいたか。
So this is where you went. I've been looking for you.
No. Christina.
Christina.
何よ。
What?
今何時だ
What time is it now?
5時38分。
5:38.
ねえ、そんなところでドキュン行為してる暇があったら、買い出し付き合いなさいよ。
Hey, if you have time to sit around, then you can help me with the shopping. Shopping. Oh, right. Preparations for the party. In the original timeline, I went shopping with Kurisu at the UPX supermarket, and then we talked on this bridge just like now. It feels like so long ago. Back then I had no idea what was about to happen.
どうなの？買い出し。来るのか来ないのか。
Well, are you going to come along or not? I sigh deeply. I don't believe that it was wrong to time leap. However,
クリス
Kurisu, I keep my eyes lowered.
初めてまともに名前呼んだな。
That's the first time you said my name properly. I feel her eyes on me.
助けてくれ
Help me. I can't save Mayuri alone. I realise that now. Reliving today again and again, only to taste the same despair each time, has taught me one important lesson. Alone, I am powerless. Alone, I have no hope.
助けてくれ
Help me.
話して。
Tell me what happened.
あんたがタイムリープしたのは分かってる。
I know you used the time leap machine.
何
What? I look up in surprise. Carissa doesn't meet my stare. Instead, she leans on the guardrail and gazes down at the plaza with her usual frown.
あんたに誰かから電話がかかってきたと思ったらいきなり表変したから。
You get a phone call, and suddenly you're like a different person.
私の目はごまかせない。
It was obvious.
3時間後から来た
I came for 3 hours in the future.
何があった？
What happened?
マユリが殺された
They killed Mayuri. I lower my head, trying to hold back the tears. Then I explain about CERN and Moeka, and about how Carissa herself activated the time leap machine and made this possible. I tell her about my previous leaps. I explain that the world itself wants Mayuri dead, that I can't save her no matter how I try. I keep talking for 30 minutes straight. During that time, Karisu hardly says a word.
全て俺の責任だ
It's all my fault! Talking to Karisu lets me sort out everything I've done, everything I've seen.
セルンにハッキングしろなんてダルに頼まなければよかった
I shouldn't have told Daru to hack CERN. Ah, no worries, Avian, you gotta go and get yourself some dinner, that's fantastic. Enjoy. I might still be on when you get back, I might not.
タイムマシンを作ろうなんて言い出さなければよかった
I shouldn't have asked you to build a time machine.
モエカをラボメンになんかするんじゃなかった
I shouldn't have made Moeka a lab man.
マユリが死ぬのは全て俺の責任なんだ
Mayuri's death is all my fault. That's why I needed to bear the burden myself. I was resolved to do whatever it took to save Mayuri, never faltering, never giving up. And yet, my resolve was already crumbled. Well, one of the tropes of Japanese media is the hero finding the strength from their friends. It's one of the oldest, like I say, the heart of the cards and all that kind of thing. So it's not a surprise to see it crop up here.
そんなまずいことが起きようとしてるのに、あんたはなんでここでぼんやりしてるの？
If you know that Mayuri's gonna die, then what are you doing wasting time here?
Kurisu's tone is haughty. Is this how I sound when I'm playing Ho in Kiyoma?
わからなくなったからだ。
I just don't get it anymore.
わからないって何が？
What don't you get?
マユリを助ける方法が。
How to save Mayuri?
あんたの話を聞いた限りじゃ、時間順序保護仮説は本当だったってことになるのかな。
Based on what you said, I guess the chronology protection conjecture is true.
何をしても、どうやっても、マユリが死んでしまうんだ。
No matter what I do, Mayuri dies.
だからタイムリープを延々と繰り返したか。
And that's why you keep time leaping.
タイムリープマシンは理論上絶対安全だと証明されているわけじゃない。
There's no guarantee that the machine is safe, you know.
Karisu lowers her gaze and cups her chin, as she often does when assessing a problem.
これまでは何事もなく成功してたかもしれないけど、繰り返し使うことでどんな影響が出るかもわからない。
Even if the machine works perfectly, repeated use may have serious side effects.
もしかしたら時間の輪、つまり因果率から外れるかもしれない。
For example, you may become disconnected from causality itself.
あんたはそんな危険を冒してるの。そのことを自覚して。
You need to understand the risks if you're going to continue.
因果率から外れると。
Disconnected from causality, meaning
SF 小説によくあるでしょ。閉じた時間の輪の中で永遠にさまよい続けるってこと。永久に年は取らないけど、永久に同じ日からは出られなくなる。
it happens all the time in sci-fi. You'll become trapped in a closed time loop, never aging, never dying,
but doomed to repeat the same day for all eternity. Doomed to bargain for all eternity.
最悪の場合、なかったことにされる可能性だってある。
Worst case, you may cease to exist entirely.
What?
存在の抹消。あんたの18年だか19年だかの人生の痕跡すべてをあらゆる人間が最初から知らなかったことにされるかも。
Every trace of your existence will vanish. Nobody will remember you, because your life will never have happened.
時間を飛び越えることはそれだけ危険なのよ。
Leaping through time is that dangerous.
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。
Humans are temporal beings. Karisu looks surprised.
ハイデガーね。私も今その言葉を言おうと思ってた。
Heidegger, I was thinking of that quote too.
お前から教わった言葉だ。
I heard it from you first.
いつ？
When?
俺はもう何度もタイムリープしている。
This isn't the first time I've leaped.
なるほど。
Right, of course.
Karisu squats next to me, thinking deeply.
あんたの話が本当だったとして、マユリを助けたい気持ちは私だって同じよ。
If what you said is true, then I want to save Mayuri too.
でもタイムリープマシン制作に関わった人間の一人として、あれを何度も使うことは勧められない。
But as the co-creator of the time leap machine, I can't recommend its continued use.
あんたはそれでももがく。
Will you listen to my advice?
俺は
I can't do it alone. I know that now.
だからお前に助けを求めたんだ。
I need your help.
もがくために、マユリを助けるために。俺一人じゃダメだったが、クリスの協力があればなんとかできるかもしれない。できると信じたい。
I have to save Mayuri. I
can't do it alone, but together we might have a chance. I need to believe that.
力を貸してくれ。
Please, lend me your strength.
So he's finally opened up to someone. He's finally stopped doing the fantasy of hoeing Kiyoma. Kurisu sighs.
無茶しやがってバカ。
You're such a stubborn fool.
あんた壊れててもおかしくなかったんだからね。
What you've been through. I'm surprised it hasn't broken you already.
Incredibly, she sounds concerned about me. She looks at me for a moment, then turns away as if embarrassed.
協力はする。
I'll help.
ただしあんたのために協力するわけじゃないから。
Anyway, I'm not doing this for you, okay?
全部マユリのためよ。
I'm doing it for Mayuri.
ああ、当たり前だ。
Yeah, of course.
それにあんたを被験者にすればいいデータが取れそうだし。
That.
And I think he'll make a good test subject. Time to get another quick save while I can. Ah, interesting. Yeah, you've got a theory about the act of hoeing Kiyoma. As you say, you'll hold off. Fair enough. Because we still have a way to go.
それはつまりセルンの人体実験を肯定するということか。
Now you're talking like CERN.
全然違う。
It's completely different.
どこが？
How so?
被験者が岡部っていうところが。
I only experiment on you.
マッドサイエンティストとしては自分自身も平気で実験台にするんでしょ。何せマッドだし。
Besides, mad scientists experiment on themselves all the time, don't they?
そうだな。
I guess. I'm no longer afraid to time leap. I'll do anything to save Mayuri.
冗談よ。本気にするな。
It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously.
Kurisu stands up and looks at her watch.
さて、もうあまり時間もないから、これからあたふたするより、もっとじっくり対策を練った方がいい。
There's not much time. I think you should have a clear plan before trying to change the future again.
つまり
Meaning?
今からもっと前の時間に飛んでおく。
Lead to an even earlier time.
そこで改めて私に事情を説明して。
Then explain the situation to me again.
Karisu's right. My actions so far have been almost entirely random, and look where that's gotten me. I need a real plan if I'm going to save Mayuri.
行こう。
Let's go.
Kurisu stretches out her hand. I grasp it and pull myself up. Mayuri and Daru are already back when we return to the lab. Suzuha is there too. To get rid of them, Kurisu and I explained that we forgot to do the shopping, so could they please take care of it for us. I have to cop up the money to convince them to go, but it works.
マユリ本人はともかく、橋田にも話さないの。
I understand why you can't tell Mayuri, but why can't you tell Hashida?
必要になったら話す。
I'll tell him when it's necessary. For now, it's not, and I don't have time to explain. While Kurisu sets up the machine, I head downstairs to Braun Tube Workshop, kick the door open and turn on the 42-inch CRT. That went more smoothly than anticipated. It's highly illegal, of course, but I'll leap long before the cops get here. Kurisu looks shocked when I return to the lab.
住居侵入罪で逮捕されるわよ。
They'll throw you in the slam for breaking and entering.
どうせ過去に戻れば今のはなかったことになる。
In a few seconds, it won't have happened. Kurisu hands me the headgear and I put it on.
そっか。あんたの主観じゃそうなるわけだ。
I see. That's how it looks from your perspective.
私の主観だとどうなるんだろう。あんたが飛んだ後、ここはどうなる？
What does it look like from my perspective? What happens here after you leap?
そのデータもすぐに取れる。
You'll know soon enough. My consciousness travels to the past. That I know from experience. But what about the body I leave behind? If time is a straight line, then it's likely that the present will be reconstructed based on my actions in the past. But if the many worlds interpretation holds, then after I leave, this world will continue on as if nothing happened. I used to be so fascinated by the structure of the universe, but now I don't really care. All that matters is saving Mayuri. Karisu's fingers stop typing on the keyboard.
どうした？
What's wrong?
考えたら思考がループしちゃってた。
It's nothing. I was just thinking.
D メールのような状態になるかもしれない。
Maybe it works like a D-mail. The instant we send a D-mail, the present changes around us. Thanks to reading Steiner, only I remember what it was like before the change.
その方が楽だけど悔しくもある。
That would make things easier, though I kinda hope you're wrong.
データを観測できないからか。
Because you can't collect data if you can't record the change.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
Kurisu nods and begins tinkering with the settings again.
転送先は5時間前にしておいた。つまり午後1時40分くらい。
I'll set the destination to 5 hours ago. You should arrive around 1:40 p.m.
覚えてる？私がタイムリープマシンを完成させたのは2時過ぎだった。
I completed the time leap machine just after 2. Do you remember?
Barely. For Kurisu, it only happened 5 hours ago. For me, it feels like weeks. Maybe it has been weeks.
時間にルーズな男は嫌われる。
Nobody likes a man who can't remember dates.
感謝しなさいよ。私は時計をよく見る癖があって、何時に何があったかは結構覚えてるの。
Be thankful that I make a habit of checking the time. I have a pretty good idea what happened when.
Kurisu finishes typing and turns to face me.
いい、岡部。タイムリープマシンを使うなら、これだけは覚えておいて。
Listen, Okabe, if there's one thing if you're going to keep using the time leap machine, there's one thing you must remember.
携帯電話は絶対に手放さないこと。それはあんたの生命線、局所場指定のマーカーなの。
Don't let go of your phone. Ever. It's your lifeline. Your destination marker.
それさえ持ち続けていれば、どの時間へも跳躍はできる。
As long as you keep it with you, you can leap to any time you want.
でももし手放してしまって誰かに使われたら。
But if you lose your phone, if someone else gets hold of it,
Then if I leap to that time, my memories could overwrite theirs. I don't want to imagine what might happen next.
あるいは充電が切れたり壊されたりしたら。
if it breaks or the battery dies,
Then I won't be able to leap to that time. If it breaks, then I can get a new phone with the same number, but there will still be a period of time to which I can never leap.
タイムリープは成功しない。
the time leap will fail.
だから絶対に携帯を手放しちゃダメ。
Once again, never let go of your phone.
了解だ。
Got it.
今日の昼間にタイムリープしたら、2時に私がマシンを完成させるまでは、あんたは特別なことはしてはいけない。
After you leap back to this afternoon, just sit tight and don't do anything until I complete the time leap machine.
これが完成しないと、きっとこの時間までの流れが大きく変わってしまう。
If you accidentally prevent me from completing the time machine, it'll likely wreak havoc with the timeline.
完成したらすぐに実験はしないって宣言して全員解散させて。
As soon as I finish, declare that we will not experiment and send everyone home.
それから私に声をかけてくれればいい。未来から来たって言われれば多分私は信じる。
Ask me to stay. Tell me the truth. If you say you came from the future, I'll probably believe you.
And Suzuha has warned him not to trust her. That could be a red flag against Suzuha, or a major truth that he's ignoring.
なんでわかる？
How do you know?
私のことは私が一番よく知ってる。
Who knows me better than myself?
Carissa grins faintly and stands up after she's done typing.
そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。
Don't forget, it was my mad skills that turned the foam wave into a time leap machine.
さっきあんたからタイムリープしてきたって言われた時は自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。成功してよかったって思えた。何の疑問もなくね。
When you told me about your time leap, I took it as proof that my theories were right. I was happy it succeeded. I really was. I didn't doubt it was true for a second.
I see.
念のためにキーワードを決めておきましょう。
Just to be safe, I should probably give you a passphrase.
私の今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
What I want most right now is my own fork.
に？
What?
あ、いや別に 意味なんてないからな。
It doesn't mean anything, okay?
マイフォークが欲しいのか？
You want your own fork?
マイスプーンはもう持ってるからってそこに興味持つな。
I already have my own spoon. Wait, that doesn't matter.
はいはい、準備できた。いつでも行ける。
Everything's ready. Now get out of here.
I nod and call the phone wave. Name subject to change.
気をつけて。
Be careful, and remember,
私はいつだってあんたの味方よ。
I'm always on your side.
Carisi touches my shoulder, then steps away. Yep, 1344. Yeah, Queen. She's lived so long in America, she no longer knows how to use chopsticks. I lie back on the sofa with my phone in my hand. Needles in my brain, a whining in my ears. These sensations never get easier to endure. I look at the clock. It's about 1:45. There's a high school baseball game on TV. In about 15 minutes, Carissa will finish the time limit machine. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing for me to do but wait. As the pain in my brain subsides, I realise that my head is throbbing. Why? Oh, I remember. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr Braun in which he introduced his fist to my skull. Mayuri is at a sewing machine, working on her costume. Darrow is at his computer, collecting moe artwork from the internet. Carissa is in the development room, upgrading the time leap machine. I sit, motionless, as the minutes tick by. Suddenly, the sound of the sewing machine stops.
オカリーちょっと来て。
Ocarine, can you come here?
Mayuri shows me her costume.
ねえ持っててくれないかな。
Can you hold this for me?
ピローンって広げて。
Spread it out like flap.
マユシ、今のビローンもう一度。
Maishi, say thwap again.
ピローン
Flap.
ビローンいただきました。
I got a thwap.
もうやだこの変態。
Stop it, perv.
I follow Mayuri's directions to spread the costume out by the sleeves.
ありがとう。
Okay, thanks.
Mayuri looks a little tired. She was working on this costume all night. But then she smiles, brighter than the sun.
できた
All done.
I said something here, didn't I? What was it? I can't remember.
クリスチャンより先にできたよ。競争してたんだ。
I finished before Chris-chan. We were racing.
負けたわ、まゆり。お見事ね。
You win, Mayuri. Congratulations.
でも、こっちももう終わりよ。
But I'm finished too.
Karisu finishes connecting the two cords she's holding.
完成。
Complete.
Alright, that's my
実
cue.
験はしない。
We're not experimenting.
Eh?
Crap, was that too soon?
いきなり全否定とか。私が何のために苦労して作ったと思ってんのよ。
I just finished and you're already shutting it down? What have I been doing these past 3 days?
タイムリープには問題が山積みだ。その点についてじっくり検証したい。
Time leaping presents a host of problems. I want to consider them all carefully.
あんたにしてはまともな意見だな。
Huh? That's an unusually respectable opinion coming from you.
何が問題なのかな。完成したんじゃないの？
Problems? I thought it was done.
詳しくは後日説明する。今日はみんな疲れているだろうから 解散にしよ
I'll explain later. Everyone's tired, so let's go home.
完成祝いにちょっとでもパーッとやったりしないの？
We're not going to have a party to celebrate?
う。それも後日だ。
We'll do that another day. I managed to convince Daru and Mayuri to leave. I lent Mayuri my phone charger, since we use the same brand of phone. Oh dear. And what was the key rule? Make sure it never runs out of charge? Kurisu tries to go home too, but I quietly keep her back.
何？
What?
不満か？
Are you upset?
ええ、
Yeah. Probably because I shot her down right after she finished the time leap machine. She'll feel relieved later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications.
俺は5時間後から来た。
I came from 5 hours in the future. Kurisu spears me with a piercing glare.
何の冗談？
Is that supposed to be funny? Her narrowed eyes make me believe that looks can kill.
睨むな。
D-
お前言っていることが全然違うではないか。何が未来から来たと言われれば多分信じるだ。
don't glare like that. This isn't right. You're supposed to believe me. Yeah, again, yeah, it might be good for charging her phone, making sure she doesn't have it shut off. I agree, Queen. But if his phone runs out of juice, then he's going to have gaps in the timeline that he can't leap back to. And I get the feeling that's going to be massively important.
は？何そのバカっぽいセリフ？
What made you think I believe something stupid like that?
5時間後のお前が言ったんだぞ。
You told me so. 5 hours from now, okay?
捏造しないで。私が多分信じるみたいな論理性皆無の発言するわけないでしょ。
Don't be so ridiculous. I would never make such a baseless projection. I'd like to have a word with future Kurisu. If this is how you're going to be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word.
タイムリープが成功したことを聞かされたお前は何の疑問もなく自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。成功してよかったって思えたとも言った。
When I told you about my time leap, you said, I took it as proof that my theories were right. I didn't doubt it was true for a second.
そもそも電話レンチを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。
Don't forget, it was my mad skills that turned the phone wave into a time leap machine.
私はそんななのだぜみたいな話し方しない。
I don't talk like that.
お前が今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
What you want most right now is your own fork.
What?
Kurisu's face suddenly turns red.
マイスプーンはすでに持っているそうだな。
You already have your own spoon, apparently.
そんなことまで話したのか？恨むぞ、5時間後の私。
She said that. I'm going to kill myself 5 hours from now. She appears genuinely shocked for some reason, but I'm pretty sure she believes me now. And yet, Queen, maybe his is full, maybe his is fine, but I just, again, I like to spot little threads ahead of time. Like I spotted when he let go of Mayuri's hand in the subway, and I just knew she was going to be checking out.
心の中を覗き見されたような気分よ。しかもよりによって岡部にと。
It feels like someone peeked into my heart, and that someone is Okabe, of all people. It's an interesting point, Queen, though, because like he didn't get a chance to act strange, so she had to reach her own conclusions, and that's why she believed it straight off. Bit of a difference, I do agree.
でも、あんたの言うことを信じて良さそうね。詳しく聞かせて。
But I think I believe you. Tell me the details. I explained everything to Kurisu again. I'm able to organise my thoughts better since this is my second time.
なるほどね。あんたの言うことが事実なら、かなりまずい状況だな。
I see. If what you say is true, then we have a serious problem. There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan before then.
5時間後の私は時間順序保護仮説かもって言ってたらしいけど、 それともちょっと違う気がする。
Future me said that the chronology protection conjecture holds, but I don't think that's quite right.
あの仮説は因果率が狂う恐れがあるから、タイムトラベルの可能性は量子論により否定されるっていうものよ。
That conjecture says that according to quantum theory, time travel is impossible due to the danger of disrupting causality.
でもタイムリープの場合、タイムパラドックスはそもそも起きない。
But when you time leap, there's no chance of a time paradox occurring.
The two of me don't exist at the same time, and I can't bring anything with me to the past except your phone. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe. So at the very least, time leaping can't cause a grandfather paradox.
やはり世界の意志だ。
So I was right.
宇宙そのものが検閲をするかのように、俺が歪ませた事象の修正を行っているとしか思えない。
The universe itself is censoring me, correcting any changes I try to make.
だとしたらタイムリープじゃマユリは救えないっていうことになる。何をしたって修正されちゃうんだから。
If that's true, then time leaping can't save Mayuri. Nothing you do will change the result.
そんなのは認めない。
I can't accept that.
同意するわ。世界の意思説は非現実的すぎる。私は支持したくない。
Neither can I. The world is trying to kill Mayuri. As a scientist, I refuse to believe such nonsense.
多世界解釈ならどうだ。マユリが死なない可能性を観測できれば解決だ。
What about the many worlds interpretation? I just need to observe the world where Mayuri doesn't die.
多世界解釈か。マユリの死に方がいつも違うっていうのは関係あるのかな。
The many worlds interpretation. That might have something to do with how Mayuri's means of death keeps changing.
でも重ね合わせ状態になっているいくつもの可能性世界は相互観測が不可能なのに、あんたはどうして観測できてるの？
But it's supposed to be impossible for parallel worlds to observe each other. Why are you different?
Ah, fair point, Queen. So it's not the phones that change the memories.
この俺の特殊能力であるリーディングシュタイナーが
Because of my Esper power, reading Steiner.
ダメだこいつ。早くなんとかしないと。
This is no time for your Chunibu nonsense.
他に説明のしようがない。
There's no other explanation.
特殊能力ってあんたね。もしかしてそれ本気で言ってたのか？
You've mentioned that reading Steiner thing before. Were you actually serious?
ふざけているつもりはないぞ。
Why would I make up something like that? Our demo experiments proved that I can somehow perceive changes in the timeline when they occur. It's an ability only I seem to possess.
特殊能力だかなんだか知らないけど、そんな不確定的なものを頼る気にはなれない。
I don't know, but I don't want to rely on something that may not even exist.
だいたいどの可能性を観測するかを制御しようがないんだから、多世界解釈だろうがなんだろうが、マユリが死なない可能性に至るのは無理よ。
Anyway, you can't control which possibilities you observe. Even if the many worlds interpretation holds true, it's unreasonable to expect that you'll ever find a world where Mayuri doesn't die.
待て、これでは話が進まないではないか。解釈の話はいいから、俺たちにできることを考えるべきだ。
Wait, we're not getting anywhere. Instead of analysing what I've done, let's think about what we can do.
タイムリープじゃ結果は変えられない。さっきそう言った。
Time leaping won't change the result. I just said that.
じゃあどうするんだ。
Then what do we do?
落ち着け。
Calm down.
落ち着いていられるか。俺が一体何度マユリの死を目の当たりにしたと思ってるんだ。
How can I calm down? Do you know how many times I've seen Mayuri die?
あいつが無残に血を流して生き絶えていくのを俺は目の前で何度も見ていたんだ。何度も。
Covered in blood, gasping for breath, the light fading from her eyes, again and again and again.
見ていることしかできなかった。
All I could do was watch. I hear my teeth grinding in my skull. recalling that despair, that feeling of utter powerlessness. Makes me want to lash out at everything within reach.
感情に身を任せてたって何も解決しない。
Getting emotional won't solve anything.
当事者じゃないからそんなに冷静でいられるんだろ
You're only calm because you weren't there!
そうね。私には5時間後のことはわからない。正直なところ、実感が湧かない。
True, I don't know what happens 5 hours from now. To be honest, it doesn't feel real at all.
でも、あんたの言ってることを信じてないわけじゃない。
But it's not like I don't believe you.
岡部がしっかりしなきゃ。
You have to stay strong, Okabe.
Yeah, Queen, that's right. As a proxy for Okabe, he needs his own ultra huggable Pikachu. Karisu pats my arm. Her hand is warm and her touch is gentle. How American of her.
悪かった
Sorry. She's right. Getting emotional won't solve anything. I need to calm down. Calm down.
そもそも原因が違うのに必ず同じ結果に至るというのが消せない
What I don't understand is how the cause can change but the effect can stay the same.
因果が歪んでいるとしか思えない
It's like causality itself is broken.
マユリの死の原因は桐生萌香が発砲するじゃなくてもっとマクロなことなんじゃない？
Maybe Kiryu Moeka shooting her isn't the real cause of her death. Maybe it's something larger and less obvious.
タイムマシンを作ったことか、あるいはセルンにハッキングしたことがバレたことあたりね。
For example, maybe she dies because we invented a time machine, or because CERN discovered our hacking.
その結果としてマユリが死ぬ。そう考えるなら因果は歪んでないって言える。
If that's the cause, then it doesn't really matter how she dies. Causality remains intact.
苗に背中を押されて電車にひかれるのもそれで説明できるのか
Can that theory explain why Nae pushed her in front of a train?
そっか。
Oh, right.
でも因果率は絶対のルールなのよ。それを否定したら全ての物理学も否定されてしまう。
Anyway, the principle of causality is absolute. Deny that, and you deny all of physics.
だから必ずマユリが死ぬのには原因がある。
There must be a distinct cause for Mayuri's death.
その原因さえ分かるならなんとかなるかも
So if we figure out what it is, then maybe we can save her.
そうでもない。
Not necessarily.
どういうことだ
What do you mean?
その原因となる出来事がいつ起こったというのが問題になってくる。
The problem is when the causal event occurred.
あまり時間が経っているようだと対処できないわ。
If it happened too far in the past, then there's nothing we can do.
タイムリープマシンがあるから携帯電話を持っている時代の範囲内ならどこへでも戻れるはずだろ
But I can travel to any time I had a cell phone, can't I?
戻れない。予測だけどタイムリープマシンは一度に最長で48時間しか跳躍できないと思う。
No, it's still theoretical, but I believe that one leap with our machine has a maximum range of 48 hours.
48 hours? I can only go back 2 days?
なぜ今さらそんなことを
When did you tell me that before?
今さらってタイムリープマシンが完成したのはついさっきじゃない。
Before what? I just finished the time leap machine, remember?
Yeah, that's true.
5時間後のお前も言わなかった
Future you didn't say anything about it either.
あ、そういうことか。言い出すタイミングがなかったのかも。
Oh, so that's what you mean. Maybe she just didn't have the chance.
Yeah, didn't have the chance or something else has happened.
で48時間しか飛べない理由は
So how come I can only leap 48 hours?
わからない。私もマシンのすべての原理や構造を理解して作ったわけじゃないから。
I don't know. Even I don't understand everything that's going on inside that thing.
連続での跳躍は可能よ。タイムリープマシンが存在している限りね。例えば10年後までタイムリープマシンが壊れずに残っていたのなら10年の時間を遡ってくることはできる。
But you can do consecutive leaps. That is, as long as the time leap machine exists. For example, if the time leap machine remains functional for 10 straight years, you could leap back to this moment 10 years from now.
単純計算で1825回タイムリープする必要があるからかなりのリスクになりそうだけど、とにかく理論上は可能なの。
Of course, it would take a total of 1,825 leaps, so I don't recommend it. Still, it's theoretically possible.
And yeah, you say there's only 5 hours, wasn't a chance to get into a lengthy discussion. I agree, but again, there's just something about it that throws me off.
だったら何も問題は。
Then what's the problem?
大あり。言ったでしょ。タイムリープマシンが存在している限り。
Weren't you listening? I said as long as the time leap machine exists.
あのマシンはいつ完成した？
When was the machine completed?
そう。ほんの1時間前。2010年8月13日の午後2時ぐらい。
Exactly. An hour ago, August 13th, 2010, 2 p.m. or thereabouts.
それ以前には存在していない。
It didn't exist before then.
マシンを使うのは今日の2時以降じゃないと不可能なのよ。
It's impossible to use the machine before 2 p.m. today.
Except he appeared before 2 p.m.
つまり過去方向へは
So what you're saying is, count 48 hours back.
8月11日の14時までしか行けないと。
I can't go back farther than 2 p.m. on the 11th. Kurisu nods, her expression grave.
おそらく
Most likely.
改良できないのか。
Can't you improve it?
将来的にできるかもしれないけど今のこの状況じゃ無理。
Eventually, maybe, but certainly not now.
もっときちんとした設備のあるところでお金をたくさん使ってきちんとしたパーツを使えばなんとかなるかもしれないけど
I need a real laboratory with real equipment. It would be expensive, which means we'd need sponsors.
それをやろうとしてもどうせセルンに潰されると思う。
And if we go looking, I'm pretty sure CERN will crush us.
未来の私かあんたが未だにタイムリープしてきていないという回で証明終了かな。
I'd say that's proven by the fact that neither you nor I have leapt here from the far future yet.
So basically,
結局何もできないということではないか。
we can't do anything.
タイムリープマシンがあっても5時間後にマユリがセルに殺される運命は結局避けられないのかよ。
Even with the time leap machine, we can't stop CERN from killing Mayuri 5 hours from now. At that moment, I hear a sound from outside the window. What? Is it Moeka? Did she overhear us? I dash through the window and look down at the street. It sounds like Suzuha on a bike. It's Suzuha. Her bicycle has fallen over and she's scurrying to pick it up. Our eyes meet.
あいつ
Huh? Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. It looks like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out from here.
おい
Hey! I call out to Suzuha, but she leaps on her bike and zips away. She's acting strange. I smell a conspiracy. Moeka was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? It's too dangerous to trust anyone. Suzuha has exhibited suspicious behaviour, though not as much as Moeka has. She's openly hostile towards Kurusu, and she was able to take down CERN's hit squad single-handedly. I wonder if this missing father of hers really exists. Could he be the John Titor who's been posting on the internet? What is the meaning of the name Barrel Titor? Instinct tells me that she knows something. I dash out to the lab.
ちょっとどこ行くの？
Hey, where are you going?
I know I didn't have much chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. According to my memories of the future, Suzuha is supposed to remain at the Braun Tube workshop until 6:30 this evening. But when she overheard me talking to Kurisu, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. This has to mean something. Suzuha's already out of sight, but when she left, she was headed for Chuadori. I wonder if her phone's on. Maybe I should just try calling her. Come to think of it, this reminds me of something. On the day she failed to meet her father, she disappeared without a word, just an email saying bye. I searched the town, but I couldn't find her. So I sent a D-mail that changed the password in order to make her stay. I'm pretty sure I lost her at the station back then. What happened on the timeline? Where did Suzuha go after failing to find her father? I search up and down Chuadori, but find no trace of Suzuha or her bike. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here in Okuba. I comb the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her anywhere. I lost sight of her here before, so I thought she might be close by. So I did have suspicions about her, but again, her fighting off CERN doesn't make sense if she's an enemy. So there's either a second player at the game, or there's something else I'm missing. Maybe I should corner her on my next time leap. Press her for answers before she can escape. I better go back to the lab. I start walking away from the station, but just then, the people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. No, not the sky. The satellite embedded in the roof of Radican. Why now? It's been there for 2 weeks. It's practically a landmark now. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn and look up too. What? The lights on the satellite are blinking. Is someone inside? Who? Suzuha? Oh, could it be Moeka? The satellite has remained silent through all of my previous time leaps. What has changed? Obviously the fact that Suzuha overheard my conversation with Kurisu. Previously I lost sight of her at the station. In other words, right next to Radican. Suzuha must be up there! Everyone's staring at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in without being noticed. The shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Moeka. I summon my courage and crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. So it is her! What is she trying to do? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Is it even a satellite? Nobody knows for sure. I checked online. No satellites fell out of orbit that day. When they do, whether by accident or design, they usually burn up in the atmosphere. It's impossible for one to land in such perfect condition. So, what is it then? A jolt suddenly runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? There's only one way to know for sure. I need to get there before Suzuha does something. The elevator and escalator aren't working, so I bound up the stairs 2 at a time. My lungs gasp and my legs burn, but I force my body to carry me to the top. There's the satellite, lodged in Radican's roof. I notice wires holding it in place. The police must have done that so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side of the machine. I see someone moving inside. Suzuha! The person freezes when I shout. I run to the satellite. Okabe! Intero! Suzuha turns to me with a sad expression. Some achievement just unlocked there. It said 50% CG, I think. Behind her, I can see the interior of the satellite. It's surprisingly simple, without the switches and buttons you'd expect. Instead, there's a black box, the size of a desktop PC. There are numbers on the screen. 13/8/2010, and below that, 13/8/1975. Suzuha reaches out to press a button. Ow! Sparks burst from the panel. She jerks back, her fingertips burned. What are you doing? It's not working. You know how to use that thing? She doesn't reply. I see her shoulders sag. It's not working. Those sparks had to be an electrical short. My eyes are burning from the smoke. Answer me! Amane Suzuha. I swallow hard, then ask the question.
タイムマシン。
This is a time machine, isn't it?
お前はタイムトラベラーなのか。
Are you a time traveller? With her head hung low, Suzuha nods.
私が
I'm
ジョン・タイター
John Titor, yeah. When she called herself John Titor was her father. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away from the station. Suzuha has calmed down a bit, so I start pressing her for answers.
お前がジョン・タイターとはどういうことだ。
What do you mean, you're John Titor?
そのまんまの意味だよ。
exactly what it sounds like.
アットチャンネルに書き込んでたジョン・タイターはさ、私なの。
I'm the John Titor who's been posting on that channel.
男だと思っていた。
I thought it was a guy. Suzuha smiles humorously.
まんまと騙された。カムフラージュの意味もあるんだよね。
I fooled you. Guess my camouflage worked then.
何から隠れようとしていた。
Who are you hiding from?
セルン、
Soon.
ジョン・タイターとして書き込んだことはもしかして。
Those stories you posted, were they...
そう。一部を除いて、ほとんどが事実。
True. Mostly. A few exceptions.
It's those exceptions that bother me.
お前は2036年から来たというのか。あの人工衛星、いやタイムマシンに乗って。
So you came from 2036, and that satellite, that's your time machine?
本当は正体明かさないままでいようと思ったんだけどさ、よりによってマシンが故障してるなんて。
I was hoping you wouldn't find out, but my time machine went and broke on me.
完全に私の失策だ。
I really screwed up, huh?
だがタイターのタイムマシンはシボルエに積まれていたはず。
I thought Titus' time machine was loaded on a Chevy.
シボルエ、車だっけ。それどこからの情報？
Chevy? That's a car, right? Where'd you hear that?
2000年に現れたタイターが自分でそう言った。
The Titan in 2000 said so.
2000年？
2000?
それもしかすると別の世界線の私かもね。
That might be me on a different world line.
少なくとも私は2000年には行ってない。2036年からまっすぐここに来た。
At least, I haven't been to 2000. I came straight here from 2036.
So, someone else? It's true that Night Titan never posted 2000, not on the current world line. It doesn't matter, I can worry about that later. So, I said that I didn't trust Suzuha because I didn't think she was who she said she was, and I was kinda right. Also explains why she was fighting Stern if she's against them as well. But if she knew all this time that he created a time machine, why not get closer to him? Why not open up? I don't know. There's obviously something else burrowing beneath the surface here.
お前は何を知っている。
What do you know? I press Suzuha for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape.
さっき俺とクリスの話を聞いていたな。なぜあんなに慌ててタイムマシンに向かった。お前は何をしようとしたんだ。
You overheard my conversation with Kurisu, right? Why did you run to the time machine? What were you trying to do?
私のせいかと思って。
I thought it was my fault.
何？
What?
私がここでのんびりしてたせいでセルンの好きにさせちゃったんだ。
Because I neglected my mission, CERN was able to put their plan in motion.
本当なの？
Is it true?
Suzuha suddenly grabs my shoulders.
シーナのユリがあと数時間後にセルンに殺されるって本当？
Is it true that CERN killed Sheena Mayuri?
事実だ。俺は5時間後からタイムリープしてきた。
It's true. I time leaped from 5 hours in the future.
タイムリープ。
Time leaped?
君たちのタイムマシン完成したんだ。
So you guys completed your time machine.
それより答えろ。 お前のせいとはどういうことなんだ。
I need answers. What do you mean it's your fault? Suzuha bites her lip and looks away.
全部話すよ。私のこと
I'll tell you everything.
話さなくちゃいけないと思う。君とマキセ・クリスには
I think you need to know. You and Makise Kurisu. Kurisu? Why Kurisu? I guess I'll find out if I let her talk. We should head back to the lab. But first, I offer Suzuha my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes it and ties it around her burned hand.
Thank you.
Thanks. She should probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's no time for that. Mayuri's death is approaching. I just hope she's not in too much pain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring.
おかりんおかえり。すずさんも一緒だったんだね。
Welcome back, Okabe! Oh, Scissor-san's with you too! When we get to the lab, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I sent them home. Mayuri gives me a ditzy answer when I ask them.
やっぱりね、スーパー電話レンジちゃんの完成祝いはするべきだよ。
Sorry about this, I have a slight problem with my knees again. Making another adjustment.
I really thought we should celebrate the birth of Super Phone Wave-chan.
ということで、ダルくんと二人で買い出ししてね、帰ってきたの。
So Daru-kun and I went shopping.
I should have known she wouldn't stay away. Kurisu looks as worried as I am. She leans in close and whispers into my ear.
どうする？
What do we do?
マユリには絶対事情を知られないようにするんだ。
Make absolutely sure Mayuri doesn't find out. Kurisu nods slightly.
何こそこそ話してる？
What are you guys whispering about?
何度も言うが完成祝いはしない。
How many times do I have to say it? No party!
おかりん、付き合い悪いよ。
Come on, Okabe! That's no fun!
そういう問題ではなく、
It's not about fun. I glance at Suzuha. She still looks depressed.
すずさん、元気ないけどどうかしたの？
Scissor-san, are you feeling okay?
これから俺とクリスティーナとスズハで重要な話をする予定でな。だからお前たちには帰ってもらったんだ。
Suzuha, Christina and I have important matters to discuss. That's why I asked you to leave for the day.
マユシーも聞きたいよ。
Mayushi wants to hear too!
いや、マユシ、空気読んだ方がよくね？
I think he's serious.
すずさん落ち込んでるみたいだし、なんだかね、マユシーは心配なのです。
But Scissor-san looks sad. Mayushi's worried.
ごめんね。
Sorry.
Suzuha hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death, but how is she related? That's what I'm here to find out.
椎名真由里と橋田至にも聞いてもらいたい。二人にも関係ある話だと思うし。
I want Shinya Mayuri and Hashida Taru to stay. This concerns them too.
If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's impending death. Then I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity, that she posted on @channel as John Titor, that the satellite is really a time machine, that she came from the year 2036.
未来人すげえ、マジパネッス。握手してもらっていいですか？
A girl from the future? That's awesome! Can I shake your hand? That's typical of Daru, isn't it? Hey, she's from the future. That's cool. Let's go. Let's shake her hand. Let's say well done, congratulations.
誰？遊びではないんだぞ。
We're not playing around here, Daru.
すずさんは何年
What year were you born?
2017年。
2017.
7年後なんだ。まだ生まれてないのにここにいるんだね。
That says 7 years. You haven't been born yet, but you're here. Huh?
There's no time to deal with Miyuri's confusion.
それで鈴葉、詳しく話してもらおうか。
Alright, Suzuha, let's hear it.
って言っても、タイターとして書き込んだ内容がほとんどすべて。
Well, the gist of it is what I posted on an ad channel.
私は2036年の未来から来た。その時代はセルンによって支配されたディストピアで、争いは完全に消えたけど、人々は自由を奪われてる。
I came from the future, the year 2036. In my time, the world is a dystopia ruled by CERN. There's no war, no conflict, but no freedom either.
ディストピア？
Dystopia?
極端な管理社会、全体主義。マユリがバナナを食べたいと思っても、今日がバナナを食べていい日でなければ食べることは許されない。もし食べたら裁判なしで実刑。そんな社会ってところ。
A society where every activity is controlled by the government. In a dystopia, you're not allowed to eat bananas unless today is banana eating day. If you break that rule, they throw you in jail without a trial.
それは困るよ。マユシーはバナナ大好きなのに。
That's terrible! Mayushi loves bananas!
Forget about the bananas. No, don't. Fruit's good for you.
私はさ、セルンの支配からの解放のために戦うレジスタンスなの。
I'm part of the resistance fighting to free humanity from CERN's control.
この時代にタイムトラベルしてきたのよ。そんな今を
I came to the past to change my present.
君たちからしたら未来になるのか。未来を変えるため。
From your point of view, I guess I should say the future. To change the future.
Change the future. She doesn't sound like she's joking.
じゃあお父さんを探してるっていうのはあれは嘘だったのかな。
What about finding your father? Was that a lie?
I do apologise, I just need to very briefly go away from my computer. It'll only be a couple of seconds. And apologies for that brief test for when I'm doing my 24-hour live stream. I will need to go to the bathroom occasionally, and that's just to show that it can happen. Let's carry on with the story now. Suzuha doesn't answer. Does that mean it was a lie?
セルンは研究機関であって権力を持つ統治機関じゃない。私は何度もネット上でジョン・タイターにそう訴えてきた。
CERN is a research institution. They don't have political power. I explained that to John Titor several times online.
Online?
まさかお前栗ご飯とカメハメハか。
Wait, don't tell me. You're Kurigohan and Kamehameha? Kurisu turns red and looks away.
タイターの中の人が名乗り出たんだから私も名乗り出ないとフェアじゃないでしょ。
Titor came forward, so it's only fair I do too.
ならば俺もそれに倣おう。俺は法王院京馬というマナで。
In that case, I'll come clean too. I was posting under my true name, Ho-In Kyo.
それは知ってる。
I know.
ハモった。
Ah, you harmonized.
Which I could not possibly do by myself, unfortunately, so I couldn't do the harmony, I'm afraid. That's not something that's within my skill set. I did not have that ability. Suzuha frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Kurisu. She clears her throat and continues.
セルンは2036年でも研究機関だよ。
CERN is still a research institution in 2036.
世界を支配してるのはセルンのバックにいる300人委員会ってやつら。
The world is actually ruled by CERN's secret backers, the Committee of 300.
300人委員会実在したのか。
The Committee of 300? They're real? The name was in CERN's top secret documents.
セルンがタイムマシン開発に成功したことで彼らは時間っていう4つ目の次元に干渉できる唯一の存在になった。
When CERN successfully completed their time machine, they became the sole entity with power over the fourth dimension, time.
その結果たった2年で世界の秩序は全て塗り替えられたってわけ。
In just 2 years, they remade the world to serve their purpose.
Just 2 years. But that's only an objective time. I bet CERN's time travel spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundation of CERN's rule.
そんでもってマキセクリス
That brings us to you, Makise Kurisu.
Suzuha glares at Kurisu.
2036年において君はタイムマシンの母として崇敬されている。
In 2036, you're apotheosized as the mother of the time machine.
数形
Apotheosized?
日本語で OK。
In Japanese, please.
崇敬崇め敬われているってこと。
Apotheosized, as in revered, respected.
She keeps using unusual vocabulary. Or maybe that's normal vocabulary in 2036.
敬われてって私が
Respected? Huh? I am?
2010年にタイムリープの概念を史上初めて発見しその後もセルンのタイムマシン開発に貢献した人物。それが私の聞かされたマキセ・クリスっていう人間よ。
In 2010, you pioneered time leap technology. Afterwards, you contribute to the development of CERN's time machine. That's what I know about Makise Kurisu.
Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy?
ならば俺がタイムマシンの父だな。
Then I must be the father of the time machine, right?
岡部倫太郎はテロリスト扱いされてる。結構有名。
Okabe Rintaro is a terrorist in 2036. You're pretty infamous. What? Seriously? I'm a terrorist in the future?
マシン開発に携わるっていうこと？信じられない。
I helped CERN build that time machine? I don't believe it.
セルンは人体実験までしてるのよ。科学者の風上にも置けないそんな連中のところになんて行くつもりはない。
CERN experiments on people against their will. There are disgraced scientists everywhere. I would never collaborate with them.
でも未来ではそうなってた。
But that's how it is in the future.
未来の私はなんて言ってた？
How did the future me explain herself?
会ったことは一度もないよ。それに2036年にはもう亡くなってたし。
We never met. By 2036, you're already dead. Sorry.
今さらっとすごいこと言われた。
Well, that's just great.
私って50歳まで生きられないってこと？
I don't even make it to 50?
私の時代では極端に長生きの人と不審な亡くなり方をする若い人の2種類がいた。
In my time, there are two kinds of people. Those who live extremely long lives and those who die young, under suspicious circumstances.
In other words, the 1% and the 99%. This game had that narrative years before it became one of the social things.
セルンに逆らうような言動をする人はどんどん消されていった。
People who act against CERN are erased.
私も？
They erased me?
Suzuha looks into Kurisu's eyes. For once, she's not glaring at Kurisu.
もしかしたら君もセルンに利用されたのかもしんないね。例えば両親を人質に取られて無理やり研究させられたとか。
Maybe you were being used by CERN too. Maybe they took your parents hostage and forced you to work on their time machine.
嘘。ママが危ないの？
No. Does that mean Mom is in danger?
Kurisu's mother is in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN kidnapping her while Kurisu is away. After all, I watched Moeka kill Mayuri in cold blood.
ラウンダー
Rounders.
何それ。
What's that?
セルンの傭兵部隊というところか。
CERN's private army, or something like that. Suzuha nods.
名目上はセルンとは独立した技術調査班って位置づけだけどさ、実態は汚れ役もこなす何でもや。
On paper, they're an independent technology research firm. In reality, they do the dirty work for CERN all over the world.
According to Moeka, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s, the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. And second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN, or eliminate them if they will not. Which leads us to our situation. We're obviously scientists gifted in the ability of working with time travel, but we don't want to work with them, so they're going to try and kill us. And because of this, Mayuri keeps getting caught in the crossfire. No new phone messages for quite some time. Notice that. Yeah, we're watching you. And then the jelly and...
やっぱりこの時代にもすでに存在してるんだね。私はずっとラウンダーの連中と戦ってたんだ。
So they already exist. I thought they might. In my time, they're our number one enemy.
汚れ役ってことはまさか誘拐とか暗殺とかも。
The dirty work? Does that mean like kidnappings and assassinations? Suzuha looks to me with a question in her eyes. I shake my head.
私の時代ではそういうこともしてた。今はまだそこまでしてないんじゃないかな。
In my time, yes, but I don't think they've reached that level in this time yet.
Daru is visibly relieved.
ねえ天音さん、あなたさっきジョン・タイターとして語ったことはほぼ全て事実だって言ったよね。
Amane-san, you said that most of what you posted as John Title was true, right?
そうだよ。
Right.
ということは あなたは世界の構造について把握してるっていうこと？エベレット・ホイーラーモデル、いわゆる多世界解釈で説明できるってあなたは書いていたはず。
Does that mean you know how the universe works? You claim that the Everett Wheeler model, the many worlds interpretation, is correct.
And welcome back, Queen. You managed to give the old kiddies their food. Keep them satisfied for you. So we're going to be on for a little while longer. I don't know how much longer, but we're going to be on for a little while longer.
あれはフェイク情報。セルンに目をつけられないためのカムフラージュ。
That was a lie. Camouflage so that CERN wouldn't target me.
本当の中に嘘を一つ混ぜると、途端に全体が嘘くさく見えるんだ。
If I mix one bad lie into the truth, then the bad apple spoils the barrel.
じゃあ把握はしてないのね。
So you don't know.
してるよ。2036年ではさ、世界の構造は解明されてるんだ。多世界解釈じゃなかった。
I do. By 2036, scientists have successfully modeled the structure of the universe, and it's not the many worlds interpretation.
本当に詳しく教えて。
Really? Tell me.
アトラクタフィールド。
Attractor fields.
そう。岡部倫太郎にはメールで直接教えたよね。
Right. I told you by mail, didn't I?
それどんな解釈なの？
What sort of model is that?
世界は世界線とアトラクタフィールドでできてる。
The universe is made up of world lines and attractor fields.
Suzuha walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up a ball of red yarn. She holds one end of the yarn and drops the ball onto the floor, then holds about a meter of yarn in front of her face.
世界の構造はより糸みたいなものなの。
The universe is like this piece of yarn.
いくつもの可能性世界線が重ね合わせの状態になってて、常に無限個に枝分かれしてってるわけ。
Countless possible world lines exist side by side, branching out to infinity.
全体を見ると一本に見えるけど、ミクロなレベルだとより細い糸が絡み合うように世界を構成してる。
From a distance, it looks like a simple string, but when you look closer, the string is actually made up of individual threads woven together.
そして最終的にはそれらの細い糸は一つに収束する。経過は違うけど結果は同じになる。
At the end, those threads converge on a single point. The paths are different, but the destination is the same.
Yeah, so again, that's like the old parallel reality technique and the ability to cross over from strand to strand to strand.
それって決定論じゃないの？
Isn't that determinism?
Oh god, that's a long one. Yeah, that's a wall of text. I'm not reading that.
近いかもね。でももうちょっとアバウト。
Close. This model's a little looser.
多世界解釈とコペンハーゲン解釈のいいとこ取りって感じ。
You could say it cherry picks from the many worlds interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation.
分岐はするが結末は同じ。ということは、世界は結局一つなのか。
If the branches all lead to the same place, does that mean there's only one world in the end?
そういうこ
Exactly.
と。で、その収束範囲内にある世界線の束がアトラクタフィールド。
The bundle of world lines that share a point of convergence is called an attractor field.
アトラクタフィールドもたくさんある。
There are also many attractor fields.
このより糸はアトラクタフィールドアルファ。範囲内にあるのはアルファ世界線。
This string is attractor field alpha. The threads are alpha world lines.
Suzuha then cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white
青
yarn.
がアトラクタフィールドベータで、黄色がガンマで、白がデルタとして。
Blue is beta, yellow is gamma, and white is delta.
それぞれベータ世界線やガンマ世界線やデルタ世界線を範囲内にたくさん内包してる。それこそ何億っていう数をね。
Each is made up of countless beta world lines, gamma world lines, or delta world lines.
She twists the different code strings together, then stretches them out as one flat, multi-code
アトラ
string.
クタフィールドもこんな風にいくつも重ね合わせ状態になってる。
Attractor fields are superpositioned like this.
それぞれのアトラクタフィールドごとでは起きる事象も収束する結果も違う。
In each attractor field, the world lines converge on a different result.
干渉性は喪失してるわけ。それぞれが独立を保ってる。
They don't interact. Each attractor field is independent of the others.
元をたどれば一つだし、アトラクタフィールドもさらにマクロな視点で見れば収束するけど、そのスパンは何百年っていうレベルなんだ。より大きな分岐と見ればいいかな。
Of course, they all diverged from a common point somewhere in the past, and they will all converge again at some point in the future. But that takes many hundreds of years. You can think of the attractor fields as very long world lines.
エロゲに例えたらどういうこと？教えて、エロい人。
Can you compare it to an eroge? Teach me, oh erotic one.
エロい人なんていない。
There's no erotic one here.
いや、エロゲに例えるのは間違っていない。ヒロイン個別ルートがアトラクターフィールドで、その中に出てくる細かい選択肢がそれぞれの世界線だ。
No, he's right. It is like an eroge. Each heroine's route is an attractor field, and the small choices within are the individual world lines.
しかし最後には必ずトゥルールートに入ってグランドエンディングを迎える。
But at the end, they all enter the true route for the grand ending. Is that the game basically telling me you're going to get multiple endings then? Because I'm now changing world lines depending on decisions made.
共通ルートが長いか短いか、それが問題だ。ちなみに僕だったら、せっかくだから妹キャラのアトラクタフィールドを選ぶぜ。
The only difference is the length of the common parts. And I'm not reading the second part out.
勝手にしろ。
Whatever.
ダメだこいつら。早くなんとかしないと。
You guys are hopeless. Better do something quick.
私にはそのエロゲってのがよくわかんないんだけど。
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
真剣に受け取らなくていいわよ。
Just ignore them.
Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is the event upon which this attractor field converges? Yeah, exactly, Queen. It's saying that of any game with multiple endings. That's very true, yeah. But that means the world really is killing Mayuri.
でもさ、それじゃ未来を変えるなんて無理じゃね？結局収束しちゃうんでしょ？何をしたって結果は同じじゃん。
But then, isn't it impossible to change the future? If it always converges in the end, right? No matter what you do, the result is the same. That's right. That's why Mayuri dies no matter how many times I leap.
今、私たちがいるアトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外に出るの。
We have to escape attractor field alpha.
範囲外？
Escape?
つまり、アトラクタフィールドベータにあるベータ世界線に飛び移るってこと。
In other words, we're going to jump to a world line in attractor field beta.
干渉できないんじゃん。
I thought attractor fields couldn't interact.
アトラクタフィールド同士が完全に分岐しちゃったらね。でも、まさに分岐しようとしている瞬間なら。
Attractor fields are normally separate, but if we go to the instant they diverge,
分岐する瞬間。それが今だっていうこと？
the instant they diverge, is that now?
ダイバージェンスが大きく変わる分岐点は2010年にあるって私は教わった。
I was taught that a major divergence occurs in 2010.
2000年や1991年並みのものすごい大分岐が起きて、アトラクタフィールドレベルで枝分かれするって。
This year, an earth-shattering event causes divergence at the attractor field level. The last time such a divergence occurred was in the year 2000, and before that, in 1999-1.
なんで2000年と1991年なん
What happened those years?
どっちも世界規模の大きな事件があったじゃん。
Events that changed the face of the world.
事件？
Huh?
1991年はソ連崩壊だろう。だが2000年は2001年だろう。同時多発テロがあったか。
1991 was the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? But what happened in 2000? 2001 had the 9/11 attacks.
2000年は2000年問題の年だよ。
The year 2000 problem. In other words, the Millennium Bug.
はあ、あれって騒がれた割には結局大した問題は起きなかったぞ。
Y2K? But that was just hype. Nothing happened.
それは今私たちがいるこのアルファ世界線が2000年問題が起きなかった可能性世界だから。
That's because the Alpha world line we're on represents a world where Y2K didn't occur.
So, in other words, there were worlds where it did occur.
そして2010年
And that brings us to 2010.
今年って何か大きな事件起きたかな。
Did something big happen this year?
今年最大の事件は
What else could it be? Suzuha looks towards the development room.
人類史上初のタイムマシン開発成功以外に何があるっての？
But the creation of humanity's first time machine.
あ、そっか。そうだよね。すごい。
Oh, yeah! Wow!
もう一つ疑問が。
One more question.
Karisu keeps plowing ahead. I guess that's what makes her a scientist.
重ね合わせ状態にある世界線ってパラレルワールドってわけじゃないんでしょ。
These world lines aren't parallel worlds, are they?
And parallel world, of course, being a universe that exists separate from ours, believes that some parallel worlds may be strikingly similar to ours, even containing duplicates of ourselves.
違うよ。あくまで可能性世界線が同時に存在しているだけ。
No. Ultimately, they're just possibilities that exist simultaneously.
そうだとして世界線間の観測はどうやるの？神の視点でも持たなきゃ無理なんじゃない？
Then how do you observe the differences between world lines? Wouldn't you need a god's eye view to do that?
普通ならね。でも
Normally, however,
Suzuha looks at me. Don't tell me.
リーディングしたいなか。
Reading Steiner?
そういうネーミングなの？岡部倫太郎には世界線を越えて観測ができるっていう特殊な力がある。そうよね。
is that what you call it, Okabe Rintaro? You have the power to observe changes across world lines, correct?
Yeah.
それが鍵になる。
That's the key.
君の特殊な力が世界をセルンの支配っていう呪縛から解き放つ鍵。
Your power is the key to freeing the world from CERN's rule.
今の君は神に匹敵する存在なんだよ。
You have the power of a god.
俺の力が。
My power.
アトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外、ベータ世界線へ到達すれば収束する結果も変わる。
If you escape Attractor Field Alpha and reach a beta world line, then the result will change.
I feel a shiver of excitement.
助けられるのか。
So there's hope. I can save Mayuri. Suzuha nods firmly. Then I must do it. I have no choice.
ちょっと待って。
Wait a second.
Karisu, however, is not so enthusiastic.
それ本当に全部正しいの？天音さんの妄想が混じってる可能性は？
How do we know this is all true? What if Amane-san is just making things stuff up?
何？妄想なんか混じってないよ。
What? I'm not making stuff up.
落ち着け。別に喧嘩を売ってるわけじゃない。
Calm down. I'm not trying to pick a fight.
ただ疑問なのよ。そもそもどうしてあなたは岡部が持ってる力とか2010年の岡部や私がこの秋葉原にいるって知ってたの？
But I still have questions. 1. How do you know about Okabe's power? 2. How did you know Okabe and I were in Akihabara in 2010?
2017年生まれにしては詳しすぎじゃない？
Don't you know a little too much for someone born in 2017?
She has a point. Everyone looks at Suzuha.
父さんの遺書にそうあった。
It was written in Dad's will. His will?
遺書ってどういうこと？
What do you mean?
私がタイムトラベルを決意したのは父さんの遺書を読んだから。
His will was what made me decide to time travel.
父さんは私が所属してるレジスタンスの設立メンバーの一人で、セルンとは別にタイムマシンの研究をしてたの。
My dad was one of the founding members of the Resistance. He hid from CERN and researched time travel on his own.
未来を変えるための研究をね。
He wanted to change the future.
And they say mess with time, it's going to mess right back with you. It always seems to be the case.
父さんもセルンに殺されて、
But CERN killed him.
だから私は父さんの意志を継いでここにいる。
That's why I'm here, to fulfill his dream.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
Suzuha doesn't look at Karisu. She still seems to have a grudge against her. Karisu would never actively cooperate with CERN. I know that. But I just can't say it in front of Suzuha. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Karisu as responsible for the problems of the future. But if that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Karisu? Wouldn't that change the future too? Maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, Mayuri dies. Similarly, it may be impossible for Suzuha to kill Karisu, no matter how much she may want to. Suzuha clears her throat, as if to change the subject.
2010年の秋葉原、ここでタイムマシンが作られたことで、セルンのタイムマシン開発が加速した。
Akihabara 2010. The time machine created here accelerates CERN's own time machine research.
それを阻止する方向に歴史を導くことが必要なんだよ。
We have to stop that from happening in order to guide history in a new direction.
そしてどうやって？
Stop it? How?
セルンは俺たちの存在に気づいている。
CERN already knows about us. That's clear from Awaken's attack.
原因は君たちが一番最初にタイムマシンを使った時のメールデータだと思う。父さんはそう予測してた。
Dad believed that the ultimate cause is the very first email you sent with your time machine.
メールデータ？ハッキングがバレたのでもなく？
An email? It wasn't because they caught us hacking.
だから僕のハッキングはバレてないって言ってんだろ？
Like I said, no one could catch my hanging.
でもメールデータって？
Which email are you talking about?
あれじゃないかな。クリスちゃんが死んじゃったっていうオカリンのメール。
I know. Wasn't it the email Okabe sent that said Christian died?
Right. The email I sent to Daru right after Dr. Nakabachi's conference.
あれね。
Oh, Dad.
Back then, we hadn't yet realised that the phone wave, name subject to change, was a time machine.
その時空を超えたメールもきっと捉えられてる。
Sam probably intercepted that mail and realized what it meant.
あの時からもうバレていたと。
They were already onto us back then. Come to think of it, the very first time I met Moeka was the day after I sent that email.
泳がされてたんだな、僕ら。
We really jumped into the deep end, huh?
マユシーはね、平泳ぎが得意だよ。
Mayoshi's good at the breaststroke.
はいはい。水中 M 字開脚、水中 M 字開脚。
Alright, then do a sexy underwater pose.
しかし一体どうやって加速を？メールなんて世界中で1日に何億という数が送られているんだぞ。
But how did they intercept our email? Hundreds of millions of emails are sent around the world each day.
セルンはエシュロンのネットワークを利用して 世界規模でタイムマシンについての情報を収集してるの。
CERN uses the Echelon network to collect communications pertaining to time travel research worldwide.
And yeah, Queen, oh, never change for Mayuri. I'm not reading that, that's another wall of text. What I'll do is I'm going to take a quick save while I can as well.
エシュロンだと本当に実在していたのか。
Echelon? It really exists? As an expert on conspiracies, I understand the implications and they terrify me. No one else seems to get what Suzuha's saying now.
セルンはさ、自分たち以外のタイムトラベル研究についてエシュロンで常にアンテナを張って監視してるんだよ。
Echelon sees everything. Any transmission that even hints at time travel is filtered and sent to CERN.
For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future.
だから捉えられた最初のメールデータをセルンのコンピューターから消去しなきゃ。
We need to find record of that email in CERN's database and delete it.
そうすればセルンは君たちには気づかない。タイムマシンが2034年に完成することもなくなる。それどころかタイムマシンの研究そのものが頓挫するかも。
If you do that, then CERN will never know you exist. The time machine won't be completed in 2034. If we're lucky, the program may be shut down entirely.
In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field where CERN doesn't build a time machine.
でもセルンのデータベースはハックしたけど、それっぽいデータはなかったような。
There wasn't any data like that when we hacked CERN's database.
IBN 5100。
The IBN 5100.
Oh!
そうか。IBN 5100で構築されていたあのデータベースか。
Of course, CERN's IBN 5100 database.
あの中にきっとエシュロンから集めたデータが蓄積されてる。
That's probably where they store data from Echelon.
So that's what it is.
誰よ。なぜもっと早く IBN 5100を使わなかったのだ。
Damn it, Daru, why didn't we use the IBN 5100 earlier?
いや、使わなかったのだとか言われても、そもそも持ってないし。
We never had one?
何を言っている。俺が手に入れてきたではないか。
What are you talking about? I got one, remember?
はい。
Eh? Right, that was on a different world line. On this world line, I never found the IBN 5100.
私の役割はさ、君たちに IBN 5100を託すことなんだよ。
My mission is to make sure you acquire an IBN 5100.
持っているのか。
You have one? Suzuha shakes her head.
1975年に行って手に入れる。
I'm going to 1975 to obtain one.
1975, the year the IBN 5100 went to market. I know because the John Titor in 2000 said that was his mission. Was that John Titor Suzuha too? Anyway, if Suzuha can get us an IBN 5100, then even we can leave this attractor field and jump up to a beta world line where CERN never finds us and their time machine is never completed. Mayuri won't have to die.
よし。ならば全は急げだ。鈴葉には今すぐにでも1975年に飛んでもらおう。
Alright, we need to move fast. How soon can you leave, Suzuha?
そうしたいのは山々なんだけど。
I was trying to leave when you caught me, but...
Suzuha bows her head apologetically. I look at her burnt hand. She's hiding it from Mayuri and Daru, but I can see blood staining my handkerchief. It hurts to look at. Maybe we should get to a doctor.
タイムマシンは壊れているんだったな。
Right, your time machine's broken.
直せないの。
Can you fix it?
無理。私は父さんが作ったものに乗ってきただけだから。
No, I just ride it. My dad's the one who built it.
仕組みそのものはマニュアルを完璧に暗記してるけど。
I've memorized the manual, so know how it works, but...
That doesn't mean she knows how to repair it. And there's no guarantee that a time machine from 2036 can be repaired with today's technology.
タイムリープマシンで遡るのは天音さんのタイムマシンが壊れる前へ。
Maybe we can use the time leap machine to go back before Amane-san's machine broke.
っていうか、タイムリープマ マシン使う気なん？実験しないってことでファイナルアンサーじゃなかった？
Wait, you're going to use the time leap machine? Wasn't the plan not to experiment? I still haven't told Dara about my time leaping. There's no time to explain.
場合によっては使う。それで鈴葉にいつ壊れたかわかるか？
We'll use it if the situation demands. Do you know when it broke, Suzuha?
きっとこの前の深夜に降った雨だよ。マシンの中水浸しになってたから密閉されてるはずなのに。
No, but it was probably the rain a few days ago. It's supposed to be airtight, but the inside was all wet when I checked it today.
あんだけ派手にビルに激突してんだし、その時に穴でも開いたんじゃね？
Maybe a crack made a hole when you crashed into the Radican.
あれは激突したんじゃないよ。座標計算にわずかな誤差があったせいであそこに出現しちゃっただけ。
That wasn't a crash. The coordinates were slightly off, so it just happened there.
あのマシンって結構不安定なんだよね。
It's not exactly the most stable machine.
それで雨が降ったのは何日だった？
Anyone remember when it rained?
10日の朝、夜明け前には降っていた。
The morning of the 10th, just before dawn.
The time leap machine can only cover 48 hours in a single leap. And the time leap machine was completed today, the 13th at 2 p.m. That means we can't go further back than 2 p.m. on the 11th.
ダメだ。タイムリープマシンじゃ届かない。
Damn, we can't get there with the time leap machine! I thought we had a glimmer of hope.
直す努力はしてみるべきだと思うわけだが。
I think we should try to fix it.
そうだよ。タイムマシンならね、時間はあんまり関係ないもん。
Yeah, it's a time machine, so we have plenty of time, right?
The old puns never changed. Joke about time and a time machine.
Huh?
Kurisu, Suzuha, and I say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri will die. It's already 5:30. There's barely enough time to sneak into Radican, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Maybe I shall leap now to 2 p.m. on the 11th, then we'll have 2 full days to fix the machine.
みんな、小腹が空いただろう。空いたはずだ。
You're all hungry, aren't you? You should be.
いきなりなんぞ？
What's this all of a sudden?
マユシーは腹ペコです。
Mayushi's hungry.
As expected from a glutton. I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet.
マユリ、ダル、買い出しに行ってきて。それを食べながら改めて対策を練ろうではないか。
Mayuri, Daru, I'll leave the shopping to you. We can come up with a plan while we eat.
わあ、オカリ、こんな大金どうするの？
Wow, Okabe, what are we going to do with all this money?
これで買ってこいと言っているの。釣りはいらんというより全部使い切ってこい。
Buy food. Lots of food. Use it all.
平然と1万円もおごってみせる。さすがオカリン、僕たちにできないことをやってのける。そこにしびれる、憧れる。
You just calmly hand over a 10,000 yen bill. Wow, Okarin, you make it look easy. That's why we love you. That's why we admire you. Mayuri and Daru leave in high spirits. I knew the 10,000 yen bill would work.
クリスティーナ、それにタイタン。
Christina, tighter.
タイターって私のこと？
Tighter, is that me?
他に誰がいる？
Well, who else?
なんでいきなり呼び方変わんの？
Why are you calling me that now?
タイターの中の人だからだ。
Because you're the one behind Tighter's mask.
そうだけどさ。
Well, yeah, but...
無駄よ。岡部がまともに名前を呼ぶことなんてめったにないから。諦めて。
Just give up. Okabe rarely calls anyone by their name.
そういえば私もバイト選手とかって妙な呼ばれ方しかされてなかった。
Oh yeah, he always calls me part-time warrior for some reason.
二人とも聞け。俺は11日の14時にタイムリープする。
Listen, you two. I'm going to leap to 2 p.m. on the 11th.
そこでタイターから改めて今の説明をしてもらう。 その上で今のこの時間13日17時までにタイムマシンを修理する。
After Taita explains herself again, we'll start repairs on the time machine. Our goal is to have it working by this time today.
当てはあるの？
Is that the best plan?
今から2時間もがくよりはマシという程度だ。直せなければ何度でも2日間を繰り返せばいい。
It's better than trying to fix it when we only have 2 hours left. If it doesn't work, I'll just keep repeating the same 2 days.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
タイターよ、お前には必ず IBN5100 を手に入れてもらわなければならない。
Taita, we're counting on you to get us an IBN 5100.
これはお前のためでも未来のためでもない。あくまでマユリを助けるためのミッションであることを忘れるな。
Never forget, I'm not doing this for you, and I'm not doing it for the future. My mission is to save Mayuri.
独善的だと言いたければ言えばいい。だが俺は
Call me self-righteous if you want. However,
誰の指図も受ける気はない。
I'm doing this my way. Karisu Suzuha give an encouraging nod in agreement.
作戦開始だ。
Good. Then let's begin.
作戦名は言わないのか？
You're not going to name the operation? Who cares about that? This isn't a game. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance.
北欧神話でいいネーミング候補が見つからなかった？
You couldn't find a good Norse mythology theme name?
なんで北欧神話？
Why Norse mythology?
深い意味はないと思う。あえて言うなら、中二病患者はゲルマン系ネーミングが大好きだからってところじゃない？
I don't think there's any deep meaning behind it. Chunibu patients love the geriatric names of Germanic names for some reason.
そういえば、私がいたレジスタンスでも作戦名はほとんどゲルマン系のネーミングだったな。なんでって聞いたら、これは伝統だとかなんとか言われた。
Yeah, Operation Save Mayuri. That's quite a simple one, Queen. I like that. Now that you mention it, most of our operation names in the Resistance have Germanic names too. Whenever I ask, they say it's tradition.
26年後にも中二病患者っているんだな。
So there's still Chunibu in 2036.
くだらない会話をしているな。
Cut the chatter! Mayuri's life hangs in the balance. There's no time for this nonsense. And, well, that is now a nice break in the scene. We've got up to this point, we've got the truth behind Suzuha, or the truth has been told. And the question now is, can we find ourselves on a new world line where we're going to be able to get things moving? And maybe we can just save Mayuri. We're going to pick this back up on Sunday evening. It'll be 8 PM BST. So until then, live and exclusive to YouTube, I've been Swishbone. You've all been amazing. Thank you all very, very much for watching. And good night.